everybody. Here we are again. I'm having a little deja vu at the moment, but welcome to our final day. What are we calling it? Our fifth day, fifth day. I'm starting to lose track. That's why I'm having deja vu. Welcome to the final day. People chatting to us as we go past. Hello, Scotty. I'm welcoming everybody to our final day of the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles. Boy, it's been a big one. So our national titles were sort of split into two events, the overs and unders, and that sort of stretched it out. I think this is about day 10 or 11 of us doing some stuff here. And it's been great fun. The weather's been beautiful. We have loved it. We're just getting a smidge tired towards the end of it. But we've got some exciting stuff today, so don't miss out on the last bit of skiing. You're going to see some Champions Crown today, which is going to be fun. We've got to save some energy for a little bit of a pack down this afternoon. There's lots of stuff for us to pack down, and then we have to dance long into the night at the Ridges in Port Macquarie. I think it's taking care of us there. I'm pretty sure I'm going to see Pam on the dance floor. Maybe I might even get out there myself. No, and no one wants to see that. I'm telling you that for sure. Anyway, we've got one final day to go. I think the campers have been very accommodating to us since we've been here. I noticed the music going up first thing in the morning, getting a little louder each time in the morning. Anyone joining us for the first time, surely you're not joining us for the first time because we're at about day 10 realistically. I think it's day 5 of the Unders and Opens event. We are at Port Macquarie, which is in New South Wales in Australia, about halfway up the coast between Sydney and the Gold Coast, which is in Queensland. Morning, Quinny. You're roaming around. I need to chat to you later on as well. Quinny is our chairman of TWSA. He takes so you need to give him half of your pay to him if you want anything to happen in the world. All right, Gus is showing us a little draw, final little draw. Missed that one though, too bad. All right, we have got Shane Coulter in the boat at the moment. Oh, thanks, Gus, for dropping it back for me there. Under 21 men's slalom final is first off, followed by the under 17 girls slalom final, over 21 men's slalom final, and finishing off with the under 12 boys slalom final, and that'll be it for slalom. And then we are going to the open women's tricks and the open men's tricks. And then we are going to the big finale of the open women's jump and the open men's jump. So quite often we finish this event with the open men's jump because that's exciting, big stuff. We're liable to see Archie Davis flying out there 60 plus metres, and I'm sure a bunch of other people will be trying to chase him down and knock him off his perch. Yeah, so we got a big day. It's looking good. The weather gods has just been with us unbelievably over the last 5 or 6 days, and that makes a huge difference to having fun. So having a look at the weather here, we've got a little bit more scattered cloud, and we've got some, not ominous, but cloud that's, I think that cloud is sort of saying to us, you've had some fun, you better think about getting out of Dodge before we need to rain. So hopefully that doesn't come in on us today. Right at the minute, beautiful on the water, just not a breath of wind. You know, that cloud might just protect us a little bit from the sun first up this morning, so we won't necessarily get some beaming sun, but I can see it coming up over the horizon. Maybe Gus can show us that. Let's see how on the ball he is this morning. Show us that sunset on the other side there, Gus, with your PTZ camera. Oh, there he is. He's on it. He's listening straight away. There it is. Doesn't show as much, Gus, in the camera as it does in real life. That's what it's like sometimes. And maybe it's, oh yeah, that's probably about the light level. What time are we? I've got my phone here, probably 6:15. Are we 20 past 6? So we want to get underway at 6:20 on the dot because we've got a fairly full program and we've got a lot of packing up to do this afternoon. So we would like to be finished potentially around 1 or 2 o'clock would be nice this afternoon. And it's going to be an all hands on deck routine. Can see some judges heading over into place, so it won't be far away, and we're going to have a little bit of slalom skiing first thing in the morning. Yeah, beautiful day, Stoney Park, Port Macquarie. So Anyone watching on the live stream from overseas is wondering where Port Macquarie is. Well, I told you before, it's on the east coast. Lots of lovely little surf beaches here, little surf towns. Crescent Head, Southwest Rocks. I should be looking at a map to tell you a bunch more, but yeah, lots of little surf beaches along this part of the coast here. And I noticed in a couple of these towns there's quite a few retirees heading out to those surf kind of beaches, just a little more laid back, less busy. But some of those towns have still got quite good infrastructure as far as you don't necessarily need to be right in the city these days. Whereas in the old days, I think maybe some of the things you couldn't get when you were out and about. All right, Steve Bickerton cruising along there, looking relaxed this morning. I'm just talking to myself, Steve. I'm talking. Actually, I should open the live stream and see if anybody's on there. That way I could stop talking. If I look on that live stream and it says 0 viewers, I'm going to throw my microphone down and I'm going to go and get a cup of tea. Oh, I'm actually very interested because I've watched it before. I'm not 100% sure when I meant to produce my findings of the jerk off that we've got. Oh, fair enough. Sounds good. Hopefully I'll be hanging around somewhere. Oh, I have opened it. What have we got? Oh, that'd be nice. 7 people. There's 7 people out there watching us. Hello to 7 people out in live stream land. Me and Steve here are very happy that you've come to join us at Stoney Park on the final day of our 2025 Malibu National Titles. No problems, all right? Steve's heading over to do some judging this morning. So there's a bunch of judges roaming back and forward, getting themselves in position. Yeah. Anyway. Alrighty. Well, I don't even know what day of the... I know it's Monday. I'm just interested in what day it is. This is how you start to lose track of the world. 21st of April, and I'm not retired, so it's not one of those gigs where you're retired and you don't know what day it is. I'm just on a bit of an extended leave for this, for our national titles. And it has been lovely. We've had some beautiful days, beautiful afternoons watching jump. A couple of cold beverages into the evening, all a little bit worn out. So it's been pretty early to bed. But I don't think it's going to be too early to bed tonight because we're going to have our presentation. And I think there's going to be a bunch of teams announced. I think there was even a little rumour that Gus might be doing a little bit of coverage at our presentation, just so it can sort of finalise everything for those people that have been following us at home, because it's good when people follow us at home to see how this event's going, who the champions are, how everyone's been doing. All right, hearing a little chatter over the radio that they've lost the boat on a one lake man-made site. Where did the boat go? So yes, we're going to start with the under 21 men's slalom final. 10 skiers in this field. Actually, it's a pretty strong field. There's some marquee stuff going on. Under 21s, under 17s. They're the ones that are sort of knocking on the door for potential open positions. So it's really strong skiing in there. So let's have a little peek through the field. We've got Max Christie's going to be heading us out from Queensland. And we have got Ethan Nolan from South Australia, Kynan Spencer from Western Australia, Hayden Bickerton from New South Wales, Lou Jennings Gallagher from New South Wales, Ryan McDonald from Victoria, Jack Sutherland from Queensland, William Moroney from Victoria, Billy Smith from Queensland, and Sam Nieberding from Queensland. And Sam, I don't think it was the first time he got through 12, but he was the only skier to get through 12 with a score of 1 and 11 metres, so he's the hot favourite at the moment. But as we've mentioned a whole bunch of times, and you guys I'm sure would know by now, the under 21s and under 17s, it is a final round. So it was a prelim and a final, so none of those scores really matter unless we've got ties or whatever through there. So all of those people have got opportunities to do considerably, or, make their play for the podium, basically. We're going to keep our scores going here as they ski through and let you know who's on top of the pile. I'm going to turn myself up locally a little bit and say good morning to all our people on site. Had myself down a little bit, but I've turned it up, ready to go. All right, I can see that boat getting sorted out there. We have got Shane Coulter behind the wheel. I'm not sure whether he's just delivering the boat. I think maybe he is delivering the boat. I should have a little list here. I'm pretty sure this is going to be our Monday list. That's going to tell me who's driving this morning. And it is Shane. He's going to be driving the under-21 men's. So he's in the seat. Jamie Mitchell is going to be our boat judge. We've got Scott Reeves to the tower, Chris Coburn to the tower, Dan R. We've got Virginia Quinn. And the scorer is going to be Amy. And the dock today for slalom is New South Wales. Alrighty, I think we're about to get underway because I can see a maroon bib on the dock has just hopped into the water, and I'm pretty sure he's not going for a swim. So I'm relatively sure we've got Max Christie in the water, half at 58.18. In his first round, half at 58. And they are calling the start speed 55.18. I'm pretty sure I heard that start speed. Morning, Johnny. All right, we're ready for some action here on our final day of the 2025 Malibu National Water Ski Titles. We've got a skier on the water, and we are underway. Bang on time. What have I got there? 6:29. How good is that? We're a minute early. Can we make up some ground? We want everyone to ski well, though. So we're excited for everybody to ski well. And we got Max Christie coming down the lake 6:30. Good on him, eh? Hopefully he's been up doing some hill sprints this morning to get himself going. He's around 2 ball, heading over towards 3, looking in pretty good shape. Around 3, over to 4. Think he's... Oh, come on, he's trouble. Oh, it's trouble. It was a lovely dismount. I'm going to give him that. He's going to get crash of the day so far. But that's a shame. So, 6:30 in the morning, he's got to ski. It's almost cruel. Let's watch the dismount, though. On his offside, just gets a little forward. He got a little forward out of 2, actually. And now he's coming out of 4. He really gets caught forward just too far. And you can see he's not coming back from there. But look how glassy that water is. He did a little tumble turn and nearly stood up and barefooted away, I think. Never mind. Sorry about that, Max. He's giving to the cause, though, as far as keeping our day rolling pretty quickly. But that's not how we wanted to do it. That's not how we want to do it. That was Max Christie from Queensland, who didn't quite make it through that first pass. Alrighty, next skier on the water from South Australia is going to be Ethan Nolan. We've skied a little bit with Ethan. Great little skier. He's a little pocket rocket. There's not much of him. He's only little. But he packs a punch for sure. And I know he can get through... I don't know, I'm pretty sure. Have we seen him get through 14 in his day? I think he might have at some point in time. It's been a while. He used to be in the Townsville area, and now he's moved down to South Australia. And they're hanging around at Bedrock, having some fun. And I think they're enjoying their skiing down there because he's still plugging away and the family's still plugging away. So, scored 4 at 18 metre line, 58k. All right, just hearing from the boat. It's going to be a 55k start for him. 18 metre line red. We've got Shane there. We've got Jamie Mitchell judging this morning. We've got Shorepath aerials that we can see there. We've got cameras looking out the back, giving us our shots. And we've got Ethan Nolan on the water from South Australia, 55k, 18 metres. I might watch on the monitor this time to see how it looks. All right, pretty nice around 1 ball. Looking good over to 2. He's turning 2 ball nicely in control. A little bit of a hop and skip at the wakes there, but no problem for him. Around 4 ball over to 5, and I can't see this going wrong at this stage of the game. Heading to 6. Nice job for Ethan Nolan. So he's got through his opener 55, and he's going to be coming back at 58k. Alrighty, so the lead score in the under-21 men's division, 1 at 11 metres. That's a pretty hot score. Sam Nieberding from Queensland. And I know Billy Smith can potentially get through that pass as well. Not 100% sure about the rest of the pack. There's a bunch of scores in 13 there. Yes, Hayden Bickerton should get through the 12 metres as well. So he went in a little early with 3.5 and 14. But like I was saying, it doesn't really matter because that's just a seeding round that puts you in there. And Trent Nelson Cranfield proved that to us as well the other day. Skied second off the dock and ended up with the bronze medal. All right, we've got Ethan Nolan from South Australia coming back 58k. Let's see what he's got for us at 58. He didn't get past 4 ball in his opening round, but that doesn't matter. Is he going to get past it now? He's looking good so far. A little scratchy maybe out of 3, but he's turning 4 and he's heading to 5. He's going to turn 5 and get himself home for sure. Around 6, and he's coming home, so he's going to chop the line up. He'll be happy about that through 2 passes. He'll be all warmed up, ready to go now, Ethan Nolan. And if you can run 18, I think you can run 16. So I've got a feeling Ethan's going to get a fair way up this next pass. All right, checking that replay out there. Nice out of 2 ball. Maybe a little hesitation, but really tight out of 3. Nice 5 ball and he's coming home. Well done, Ethan Nolan from South Australia. Alrighty, Ethan Nolan from South Australia coming back in. This is going to be the first shortening we've got of this under-21 men's, sponsored by Lake Koombah Waterski Zone. Lake Koombah, we'll have a little chat about them after this pass. So, 16 metres. What have we got here? 16 metres, Ethan Nolan. He has turned around 1 ball and heading to 2. Waiting for 2, really. Got a little jerk out of 2, so lost a smidge of angle, but still turned 3. He's in it at 4. Oh, too big. Too big at 4 ball. A little whip through his ski there. He's put his hand up, so he's good as gold. No issues. thought he was good. Just went in a little strong at 4 ball there. Let's see. He just had a little delay out of 2. It just hit him a little bit and unwound him just a bit. Got a pretty good 4 ball there, but maybe it was a little bit bent over. But 3 ball, sorry, but into 4. Just pushed a little bit too hard on the nose. Released that tail. Once the tail's gone, it is all over Red Rover. Still pretty good score. That's going to be 3.5 for him. 3.5 at the 16-metre line. What a beautiful little start to the day. We're not just a little bit of sun sort of peeking around behind the clouds. Kind of looks good, doesn't look threatening at all. I think as soon as I mentioned first thing this morning, it might have been a tiny bit threatening. It's backed off. So maybe that's me saying, back off, monkey boy. We've got our last day of skiing to go here, and we're not interested in any weather-related interruptions. So hopefully that's going to hang in for us. So I can see a yellow bib on the dock, and that means we've got a Western Australian skier ready to go, and that's going to be Kynan Spencer. Kynan Spencer is going to be the next under-21 men's skier on the water on this Lake Kawangbar Waterski Zone sponsored under-21 men's title. So Lake Kawangbar is a ski site up in southern Queensland there. And that's a great little site, and I believe they've had a club running there for a lot of years. And there's a bunch of people get through there. Morning, Declan. How you doing this morning? We're going to see you on the dance floor tonight, maybe? Just a reminder, no one wants to see that either. I said that about me as well. No one wants to see it. All right, Kynan Spencer on the water, Western Australia. Sounds a bit like 55 to me. Heading down, looks like 16 metres. So I think that's going to be 55-16 for Kynan Spencer from Western Australia. And he's turning 5 ball and heading over to 6. And he's made that pass look pretty standard fare. Opening pass for the day for him. All right, confirmed back from the boat. That was 55-16. And he's going to be coming back at 58-16. Morning there, Finn. How are you feeling this morning? Yeah, good. Good. We're here on the last day. We're all a little worn, but we're good. We're good to go for the last day. Yes, takes a while to get going in the morning. Kynan Spencer from Western Australia. He skied 2.5 at 14 in his opening round. So he's going to need to get through this 16 if he wants to push his score along a little bit. He's coming back 58k, 16 metres. Kynan Spencer, let's see how he goes. He's turned 1 ball pretty nice, over to 2. Looking in pretty good shape. Around 3. Oh, it was deep around 3. I could kind of see as he was heading into that 3 ball. Just a little deep, just leaned over a little too much to hold on to. And that is all she wrote. Let's have a bit of a look at a replay. 1 ball looked nice. It's a nice shot of 1 ball there over to 2. Turn 2. What's happened here? Just drove it in a little too hard at the end and realised that he is turning himself away from the boat, and there's no chance he's going to be able to hold on to that. He'll be a smidge disappointed with that, I think. Alrighty, next skier on the water could be a dark horse for us early in the pack here. Hayden Bickerton from New South Wales. Skied 3.5 at 14 in his first round. I think that might have been a little off the mark for him. So has he got something in store for us? Current lead at the moment. We'll start peeling through the lead. 3.5 Ethan Noel at this stage of the game. Don't think that's going to stand. Might even fall immediately because I'm pretty sure this is a 58-16 start for Hayden Bickerton from New South Wales. Sounds a little bit like, and he's heading down this pass. He's turned around 4 ball nicely over to 5, and he's going to turn 5 and come home no problem. So pretty sure that is a completed pass, which just catapults him into the lead. All right, Lake Kawongbar Waterski Zone. Yeah, I started talking about that and didn't finish. I think they've been running a club there for a lot of years. I think there's a lot of history in that club. There is a little slalom course on the water there as well. I thought there was a jump at one stage of the game. Not sure whether that jump is still on site, but a great little spot to ski, and I think a lot of history there. I think they might be under some arrangement of sharing the lake on particular days with particular people, but I think they had some trouble where they were trying to take it off them, and they said, come on, man, we've been here 50 years, and you're going to boot us off, and they didn't allow it. So they're still in the game, and they have sponsored this event. Good on them. Thanks very much to them. All right, so we've got Hayden Bickerton coming back 14 metres here. Didn't get through it in round 1, so he would really love to get through it in this round, the final round, the one that matters. He's turning 2 ball nicely, heading over to 3. He's around 3 on his way to 4, looking in pretty good shape. Over to 5 to get himself home. Oh, it's trouble. Trouble brewing at 5 ball there for Hayden Bickerton. That's a shame for him. I think he wanted to get a little deeper than that. He's improved his score, but I think still not overly excited with that score. Nevertheless, he is our current leader. So at this stage of the game, 4.5 is leading out in this under-21 men's slalom final. Our 10-strong field, we've had 4 skiers run. I can see Sammy Nieberding in front of me there right now. He's going to have a little ski in a few minutes, I reckon. I thought you'd be doing hill sprints now, Sammy. I thought you'd be doing hill sprints now, getting yourself ready. Sounds good. Alrighty, next skier is another New South Welshman on the water, Lou Jennings Gallagher from New South Wales. He skied 4 at 14 in the round 1. Didn't hear that start speed, but I can see on the line there that it is a 16-metre line that he's starting at. Sounds like that boat's going flat out to me, so I'm pretty sure this is a 58-16 pass for Lou. Heading down there, about to turn 5 ball, turned it well and heading over to 6, so he's got through his opening pass, no problems. Well done to Lou Jennings Gallagher from New South Wales. No, that was 55. I was incorrect. Started out at 55k, so he's going to need to come back at 58k, still at 16-metre line. Good morning, Georgie Cooper is joining me on the mic here. I think you can hang with me for a little bit, but probably to the end of this division. But then you got to ski yourself this morning.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It's a little bit fresh out there. How's the skiing been so far?
Yeah, pretty good. Oh, I think there's been a little bit of underachieving though. I think there's some few disappointed people. However, we have got Lou Jennings Gallagher on the water from New South Wales now, coming back 16.58. George, talk me through.
Lovely one ball. Very nice tight line out of the ball. Stack position. Exact same with two ball in the same position. I think he was a little slow out of three, but definitely nothing to stress about. He's looking very comfortable out there, and that was definitely a, I think, routine pass for him.
All right, nice pass. 16 metres for Lou Jennings Gallagher. He skied 4 at 14 metres in his opening round, so he's going to get his shot to improve on that because he's going to be coming back at 14 metres. So who are our players here, George? We've got, if I go through the pack here now, so we've got Lou on the water, and we're not going to discount him because he's still on the water. Then we've got Ryan McDonald from Victoria, who got 2 at 13. And then we've got Jack Sutherland from Queensland, who got 5 at 13. So he was probably dirty. He didn't quite get out of that pass. But we've also got William Moroney from Victoria, who got 5 at 13 as well. I'm pretty sure he can get further down the line. And I vaguely remember he looked really good, and I feel like that might have been him going in early. We've got Billy Smith from Queensland with 5 at 12, and we know he can get through 12. So can he do that today? And we got Sam Niebling from Queensland, who did get through 12, got a score of 1 at 11.
I don't know too much about Will, skiing-wise, but I definitely know that Jack can get deep 12 metres. I was talking to him, and I think he is definitely looking at a higher score and possibly podium place, as I'm sure they all are.
Yeah, they're all pushing for it, aren't they? So we've got Lou Jennings Gallagher from New South Wales coming back. This is 14 metres. Can he run it in this final round? Let's see how he goes. He's turned one ball heading over to 2. Not sure he got all of 1, but he's had a relatively good 2. So he's in it at 3, heading
Nice
over to 4.
ball.
Not a bad turn. I think he's going to need a solid 5. Did he get it? I think he has. I think he's run it. So he's through that pass, through that 14-metre line. I reckon he'll be pretty excited about that.
Watching the replay, he was a little back on his gate, drifted in a bit, but he had not too bad of a one. I think he had a little delay out of each ball, but he definitely didn't panic. Stayed in the same spot and got through the pass.
Ooh, a little bit of a funny 3 ball, but he got out of it. When you get that little shoulder drop and that ski comes around a little tighter, it can be trouble. But if you whip yourself back into position, then you can end up back on track. So sometimes it's a risk that you need to take. And I think Lou got away with it on that one, which was good. So he's improved his score. Wonder where his PB territory is. Maybe it is in this next 13-metre line. He's going to get a score at 13. At this stage of the game, how many skiers have we got to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our current leader with 4.5 at 14, Hayden Bickerton. Well, actually, he's not our current leader anymore because he just ran 14 metres. Lou just ran 14 metres, so we've got a new leader. Where's this score going to end up? So this is 13 metres. Talk us through, George.
Lovely and wide on his gate. Coming into 1. Oh, he had a good 1 ball. He's a little narrow into 2, but he's hooked up and he's turned it. He's going on further. And he's just blown the fin around 3.
That was a shame. He kind of looked like he was on it, didn't he? He looked like he was on it there. And it's like we've said a bunch of times, if you blow that tail, there's no coming back from blowing the tail. But we have got a new lead score for Lou. Here he goes through the gates. Let's have a little look. So we can see, George, what happened there. He's turned 2 ball. I'm not sure whether he's late. He's a little bit late. He had a little bit of a funny turn at 2, so he is a little bit late.
He definitely looked like intent to turn that, though, and keep going with the pass. So I think he'll be a little disappointed. But that's definitely not a bad score.
Well, he is our new leader with 2.5 at 13 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skiers to go. So he's got maybe a little chance. He might have a little chance if somebody opens the door up for him to get a podium position. But I don't really think so. Anyway, let's see how that's going to pan out. We've got 5 skiers left to go. Our next skier on the water is going to be Ryan McDonald from Victoria. who scored a score of 2 at 13 metres in the first round.
We've got Ryan McDonald coming into the course, 58 kilometres, 16 metres to get that opening pass under his belt.
58.16, George. Nice. All right, Ryan from Victoria. Is it Victoria? Yes.
Lovely one ball. He's a little slow out of 2 and pulled his arms in, but I don't think it's anything to stress about. Staying comfortable in this pass. He's drifting a little down course, but again, just had to shake the nerves out, and that is a secured pass.
Yeah, he's got through it for sure. So he's got through that opener at 58.16. Yep, confirmed back from the boat. That was 58k for sure. And he is going to be coming back at the 14-metre line length. It's going to be a busy day, George. I think the Prez. I am going to go over this with a few people, but I'm hearing stories that the Prez is meant to start at 5.
Oh.
5 o'clock, according to what I'm reading. But
Right.
I'd like to confirm that because we are going to try and do sort of a rapid pack down this afternoon, and we're going to try and engage everybody to help us a little bit with a bit of a pack down this afternoon. But if we ski till 2 o'clock or 2:30, it doesn't leave a whole lot of room. How much time do you need to get ready, George? About 4 hours?
4.5.
Soon as you
Starting it a bit closer, finishing skiing at 2:30 and starting at 5.
I know. I think it's going to be tight. And we're trying to pack everything down in that time. We're not trying to get ready.
Today's a very exciting day. Are we full of all finals?
Yeah, definitely finals today.
So there's going to be some happy and some unhappy people at the end of the day.
Let's see if Ryan McDonald from Victoria is going to be one of those happy ones because he's coming back here. This is going to be 14-metre line length at 58k.
Lovely start. Great one ball. He was early into 2, looking nice. I think he's drifting a little down course, but again, nothing to stress about.
I think he's going to get through that pass. He is around 6 ball and out the exit gates at 14 metres. So he's going to get his shot at the lead. 2.5 at 13 metres is the current lead. And the way he run that 14-metre line there, I have a feeling he's going to squeeze himself into that position. I don't think the numbers crunch, George. And I think we need to discuss the fact the numbers don't crunch. If we don't finish, we think the finish time's around about 2 o'clock. And really the best we could offer is maybe an hour of pack down. If we just did an hour of pack down till 3 o'clock. Because it's also, we have to get into town.
Are we going to get some highlights from Gus?
Of the event. I think Gus is going to take a camera in, and I think there is going to be some stuff going on. So we might be able to make a little package. I'm pretty sure we might be shooting at making a little package of this whole event, just to remind us of how much fun we've had, how much of a good event we've had. But at the moment, we have got Ryan McDonald from Victoria coming back in. This is his shot at maybe taking the lead. If he can get a piece of 4 ball, he's going to move into the lead. He's around 2, over to 3. He's heading over to 4. Is he going to turn 4? I think he is. Heading to 5. A little bit of slack line at 4. I think he's in trouble. Yes, slack line at 4. Couldn't get to 5. However, he is our new leader with a score of 4 at 13 metres with 4 skiers left remaining.
Watching the replay, I thought he was coming into 2 ball fast, so he did really well to turn that. I definitely think, watching the replay now of that 2 ball, he dropped the shoulder a bit, but he just kept the power, kept the strength, and kept on going, which I guess is what you need in a final. It all comes down to this round.
He's late at 3 there for sure. He was late, so he had to throw caution to the wind, and he was late to 4 and a little back. He was never going to be able to get down on it and get over to 5. So
I think you should
inside
be
a
happy
5
with
ball.
that, though. That's a very solid score for the next 3 to
Yeah,
chase.
he skied 2 at 13 in the first round. Maybe the 13's one that he gets through occasionally, but not all the time. So it's probably where he's at. He's given himself a chance. We've only got 4 skiers left to go, and he's our leader. So he's given himself a chance.
I've just been informed by Susan Sutherland that the bar is opened at 5 at Ridges and the Prezzo night starts at 6. So if you want to get a few drinks in before, the bar's open at 5, but the presentation night starts at 6.
I'm going to need to get a few drinks in before Georgie for sure.
Speaking of Sutherland, we have Jack Sutherland coming into the course as our next skier.
All right, so Susan's going to be hanging around on the water's edge. Jack Sutherland from Queensland, he scored 5 at 13 in the first round, but you're telling me that he can get deep down 12, Georgie?
I think so, yes. I definitely know that 13 he can run, and he was a little disappointed that he didn't, but he kept the mentality. It all comes down to this round, so wishing him the best.
All right, we are on our final day of the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles at Stoney Park in Australia. And we are hearing from the boat there that he's going to be starting at 58.16. Jack Sutherland from Queensland. And this is our under-21 men's final. They're all finals today, so we're crowning all our winners. We've got 4 skiers left to go. So who's going to make a play for the medals in this under-21 men's division? Is it going to be Jack, Georgie?
Alrighty. A little shaky at 1, but he's not nice 2. Couldn't see much out of that 3. He's a little down course, but definitely nothing to stress about. I think he knew he had that pass the whole time.
I was getting a little stressed, George. I reckon he was a fair way down course. And I was going, I don't think he's had the start that he wanted.
I think it would be pretty hard in this cold weather, the nerves of the final, first pass. You just want to survive the first pass.
Yeah,
and I think that's what he knew, and that's what he did.
I agree. You do want to. They've asked the boat to hold. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, whether that's a shore path or whether they might be doing a review of something. But he looked pretty good there.
I think he was comfortable on
a little
that.
down course there at 4 ball. Fair bit down at 5. Yeah, not too bad. I agree. Not 100% sure why they're holding the boat for us down there.
Definitely think his heart will be in his throat.
We'll have a little bit of a listen to the radio. Maybe they've lost feed from the boat. That'd be disappointing because we don't really want that. We don't want the delays. We don't. Alrighty, I think they might have been doing a review. I think they were a little bit suspicious of something. Maybe they were suspicious of the gates. I reckon that's probably what it was.
But it is A-OK because he's returning at 14
yes,
metres.
that's correct. Do you think I'm scaring people, Georgie?
Yes, it's okay, Susan.
All right, so we are carrying on. This is a 14-metre pass now for Jack Sutherland from Queensland. He scored 5 at 13 in his first round, but he needs to get through this 14-metre pass if he is going to make a play for a bit of podium action in this under-21 men's slalom final. Hit me, Georgie.
All right, he's nice and wide out at the gates. His approach into 1 looked pretty good. He had a lovely 1. Very nice start. He's looking comfortable at that 2 ball. A little slow out of 3, but definitely nothing to stress about. Looking very comfortable out there on that pass.
You do a lot of non-stressing, George, which is good. It's good to hear.
That's not how I feel when I'm skiing, but that's how I see other people skiing.
I think that 14 pass was better than his 16.
I agree,
one.
definitely.
I think he was earlier, more settled, more happy. So he's looking good, Jack Sutherland from Queensland. Look at that. It's a lovely shot, that 1 ball shot. That could be in the 1 and 2. That could be in our highlights reel for sure. They look beautiful, don't they?
I definitely think that was a no-stress pass for Jack.
Yeah, he was more on time. Turned beautifully out of 4 ball there. Waiting for 5. Turned 5 easy. And easily home for 6 ball there. That was a lovely pass for Jack Sutherland. So, if he feels like he's going to improve on every pass that he skis, then the 13 should be no problems here, George. Didn't quite get through it round one. We know he can get through it. He's got his shot to get through it in the final, and it's only the final that matters. And at this stage of the game, we've got 4 at 13 is the lead score by Ryan McDonald's. He's holding the lead at the moment, 4 at 13. Can Jack Sutherland steal that lead away from him on the 13-metre line? All right, what do you got for us, Jack? He's heading over to 1 ball. Needs a good 1 ball. Not bad. I'm not sure he got all of it, to tell you the truth. He's out at 2, but I think he's had a better 2, so it's put him back onto it. He's around 3 ball. I can always tell at 4 from here. He's late at 4. He's going to need a big turn at 5. Can he get it? I don't know whether he's got it or not. I don't think he has. It was close. Just needed a big one. He was late at 4. And I was sort of going, he's going to need something really big at 5. He just didn't get out of 5. You can kind of tell from here.
He definitely didn't have the best one. He stood up a little, but he had a pretty good 2 to get back down on it. But he was just late from the start. Slow delayed 3 ball. It was coming in narrow into 4. So
late out of 4 and didn't get it all out of 4 either. And then this was the one that he needed to really get down, and he didn't get down straight away. Anyway, he is still our current leader. That is 5 full balls, so it's same score as round 1. So very consistent skiing. 5 at 13 metres for Jack Sutherland, Queensland, and he is now our current leader with 3 skiers left to go. So will our last 3 skiers steal all the podium positions?
I do have a feeling he's going to be a little disappointed with that. He definitely wanted to get through that pass. Speaking to him yesterday. But like you said, it's put him in the lead, so for now, he should be happy. Oh, thanks. Okay, thanks.
Good on you, Quinny. Have you got the stuff tonight? I wouldn't mind having a look. Alrighty, I'm hearing the next skier on the water is going to be William Moroney, and he is starting at 58k, 16-metre line, I believe. So we are down to our pointy end now, Georgie. These are our last 3 skiers, William Moroney, Billy Smith, and Sam Nieberding. So what have we got here on our opening pass from William Moroney? He's around 3 ball nicely over to 4 on his opening pass, heading to 5. And I think he's going to get himself home around 6 ball for William Moroney from Victoria. Do they call him William, or is it
Will.
Billy? It's Will, is it?
Will, yes.
All right, that's nice to know, because I know William Smith, we know that we call him Billy for sure, but he's listed on the start list here as William. All right, so Will Moroney, Victoria. Is he going to make his play for this under-21 titles? I'm pretty sure I recall, and I was thinking about it just then as he headed down that pass, one of the smoothest skiers I've seen out here. So just lovely and smooth on the water. And I'm pretty sure he's got the ability to go deep too. I have a feeling he might have gone in a smidge early with 5 at 13 in his opening round. So this is the final round. This is the only round that really matters in a way for this... for podium positions. And we've got Will Moroney on the water from Victoria. He's run that opening pass of 58.16, and he's going to be coming back at 58.14 metres. He's going to need to get through that one. And realistically, he's going to need to get through the next one as well, because the current leader, Jack Sutherland, has got 5 at 13 metres. So in order to trounce him, he needs a little piece of 6. And if you're going to go around 6, you may as well just run the whole thing. All right, talk us through, George, for Will Moroney,
right,
14 metres.
He's coming back at 14 metres. Lovely start. Very, very nice one. Looking comfortable out of 2. I think he's drifted a little down course into 3. Looking good. I don't think there was any scary moments in that pass. That was good.
All right, so he's on track. He's on track to do what he's got to do. I think we might be just about to get a tiny little bit of sun peek through to us this morning. So just breaking through that cloud.
I just checked the IWWF live results to make sure I had it correct, but Will is the under-21 men trick champion as of yesterday.
Oh, fair enough. So what did he score?
Yesterday he's tricked 3,390.
3,390?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, very good. So, and does he jump? So is he...
I don't think so.
Doesn't jump. So I'm not sure what the story is with overall. It's a little bit hard to keep track of overall. But I suppose you can, is it there? Is it listed as...
Yeah.
Maybe you can let me know. That'd be good. We should have been trying to keep track of the overall because I really love the overall element to it all.
So currently Hayden Bickerton is in the lead for the overall results.
Nice.
And then we have Ryan McDonald coming in second.
Fair enough. So Ryan, he did improve his slalom score by 2 balls, so that will have a little impact.
Yeah,
So
looking at this, he has more points in slalom, but
Yeah. So Hayden
hasn't.
Yeah, Hayden would have loved to improve his score a bit more too, but he really didn't, so that was disappointing for him. Anyway, we've got Will Moroney from Victoria coming through here now. This is the 13-metre line. He needs to run it if he wants to push himself into a definite position on the podium. He's turned 1 okay. Not fantastic, though. He's around 2 in better shape, I think. He's turning 3, heading over to 4. Oh, he's late at 4 for sure, heading over to 5. Can he turn 5 and get himself home? I think he can. He's pulled out of 5 pretty nice. I think he has got himself home, and I think he has taken the lead now with a completed pass at 13 metres.
That was awesome skiing by Will. He'll definitely be happy with that. It's not easy going out in a final knowing that you have to get through this pass, so he did a very good job to do that.
Well, he has guaranteed himself a podium finish for sure, because he is our third last skier, and he is now our leader of the pack. So there's going to be some sort of score at 12 here.
You can tell his excitement out the gate.
Yeah, he's got a little fist pump. Yeah, well, he was late for 5, and then he really had to work hard for 6. And I've been in that boat myself once or twice. And when you do squeeze around and take a hit through those exit gates and get out, it's sort of it's an adrenaline pumping moment. So what has he got for us at 12 metres? So Billy Smith was 5 at 12. Sam ran it. He's going to need to push his way up this pass a little bit if he's going to put some pressure on these guys, but just got through that 13, so I'm feeling maybe a 2-ballish territory for Will, but let's see how he goes. I've been surprised by people before. He has turned 1, not spectacular. He's around 2, so full 2 balls, so that's pressure on. That's 2 at 12 metres for Will Moroney from Victoria. Pretty sure he's happy with that, and he's guaranteed himself some sort of silverware in tonight's presentation.
I definitely think he'll be happy with that. That was a great score to go out and put some pressure on.
All right, so we have now got a couple of Queenslanders on the dock. Last off the dock.
Will's got the New South Wales and Victorian team down there to cheer him on.
And they're going to know what they need to do now. They know the score has been pushed into 12. So there's a bit of work to do. Billy Smith from Queensland hopping in the water. He scored 5 at 12 in his opening round. So he would love to do something similar to that in this final. So it's kind of there to grab for these two guys.
I definitely think Billy has the potential to do this. He told me in training the other day that he ran 11 metres. So
really?
Yes.
Holy, so he has got the potential. So you could almost toss a coin really out of Sam Nieberding and Billy Smith. They're close on the score here now, although Sam did get through it. But we know that Billy can as well. And this is the final. What have they got for us today? Conditions are perfect. Billy Smith from Queensland out on the water at the moment, and he is going to be opening up. Looks to me like 14-metre pass. I think this is going to be 14.58. He's going down the course out. First one of the skiers to start at 14. Oh, it might be 55. Seems a little bit too relaxed to me. Just a little bit too relaxed, but maybe
no,
he's just...
I think it is 58.
Yep, you're right, 58. So I've said it a bunch of times before that when they make it look slow, it's because they're in control and skiing well. So that bodes well for Billy Smith. All right, so he's going to be straight into the 13-metre line. So it starts happening quick. Yeah, looks great on the water there. Nice, strong position. Just a lot of time ahead of the ball. I wish I could do that as well. Do you see that? That's something that Lucas does a lot as well. They just seem to have a lot of time ahead of the ball, where they're almost looking at it, waiting, like they could turn earlier, but they've got to wait to get to the ball. So, yep, skiing early, I think, is the motto to that story. Let's ski a little early, Georgie. What are you thinking? How are you feeling? So, you're about 8 or 9.
I just really hope it warms up fast.
Yeah, well, I think it is. I think the sun's just about to peak out, so you're going to be fine. I don't think it's too bad. All right, we got Billy Smith on the water from Queensland. Talk us through, George. This is 13-metre line.
Coming back at 13 metres, heaps of time out of one. He had a great hook up out of one, very nice. Very comfortable out of two. He's looking very relaxed before the ball and really generating that speed behind the boat with a lovely stacked position. That was for sure a not missed routine pass for Billy Smith. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that has put him in a podium position. With the leading score at 2 at 12, he needs to improve on. So 2.5 or anything more will put him into the lead. But for now, this has definitely guaranteed him a podium position.
All right, so this is it. Comes down to this, George. 12 metres. This is the one. So current lead 2 at 12 metres. So he needs a piece of 3-ball in order to take the lead, and that would guarantee him a minimum of a silver position on the podium.
I definitely think he'll be looking at running this pass to put some pressure on Sam. That's kind of the upper hand advantage you have when you're skiing early. So we'll see how many he can get on this pass.
Alrighty, is he going to run the 12-metre line? This is Billy Smith from Queensland. All right. Let's see what we've got here. This is an important pass. This is the under-21 men's Lake Koombah Slalom final. Billy Smith needs a 1-ball. Is he going to get a 1? I think he's got not a bad one, to tell you the truth. He's turned 2. Oh, it's pulled him up at 2. That's trouble. Is he going to still turn around 3? Couldn't quite get around it. I'm not sure what that is. We're going to have to see what's happened there.
I think we're going to have to wait for the judge's call after watching some replay on that one.
Just got folded at 2-ball is a shame there. So I thought he came out of 1 pretty good. Right foot forward skier. He's come out of there pretty nice and a good cut into 2-ball. He's turned tight at 2 and it's just folded him in half, which can easily happen.
He
so
did
just
well
a bit
to
too
hold on
much.
to that.
Yeah. Does he get around 3? He does get around 3-ball, and then he can't quite turn over it. So around it. So that does push him into the lead, though. I think it leaves the door open just a smidge maybe for Salmon Evening. He's going to need a piece of 3-ball at 12 to win it. But Billy is our current leader with 2.5 at 12 metres.
He, I believe, is going to be disappointed with that score. But we have to remember it all comes down to the final, and there's no guarantee that Sam will run all his passes. Obviously, we're wishing him the best, but anything can happen on final day.
All right, we're down to this, Georgie. We are down to our final skier. Sammy Nieberding. I think the door is left just a tiny bit ajar for him. However, he's still got to run 13 metres, which is no mean feat. I'm pretty sure he starts at 16, so he's got a couple more passes to ski before he gets to that, potentially gets to that 12-metre pass. And anything can happen. So we've got Sammy coming in at 16.58. Talk us through, George.
Alrighty. Nice approach into Womble. He's a little late out of 2, I believe. But he's hooked 3 nice. He's staying in the same position, not panicking anywhere. And that is a good pass for
All right,
Sam.
so he's had a not a bad opening pass there. So our top seed in this under-21 men's Lake Kawangba Waterski Zone Slalom Final. This is the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles we've got going on here. And we've got Billy Smith and probably Will Moroney on the side of the lake, just keeping an eye on see what Sammy Nieberding's up to. He's got through his opening pass, 16 metres. He's going to need to get through this second pass of 14 metres. And then he's going to need to get through the next one as well at 13. So let's will him through a few of these passes and let's give him a shot. I'd just love to see him. I've said it a bunch of times. Just love him to have a shot. Who knows? He might... It's, getting a start at 12 is no mean feat. Even running 13 sometimes is no mean feat. It's no guarantee. We haven't had a runoff yet, Georgie. I'd be interested to see a runoff. It wouldn't bode well for the fact that we don't have any time today, but we all love runoffs. We would love a bit of runoff action.
All right, we've got Sam Nieberding returning into the course on a 14-metre line. He's looking lovely and nice and wide at his gate. Heaps of time into 1, and he had a great hook up out of 1. He's looking very comfortable out there. Maybe a little slow out of 3, but nothing... I reckon he was getting a little down course, a little narrow, a little late, but nothing too major.
He ran it in the end, didn't he? So he got through it. He's got through that pass. We wanted him. We needed him to get through that pass. It was kind of...
He did what he needed to do.
Hopefully a standard pass for him to get through. Hey, Cooper, how you doing, buddy? You feeling good today? Good to see you out there.
Good morning.
Alrighty, we need to wind this up here. We are in the under-21 men's slalom final. Our final skier, our top seed, Sam Nieberding on the water. He's got a score in front of him of 2.5 at 12. Is our current leader. He's about to come back at 13 metres, and he will be well aware that he needs to run this full pass in order to have a shot for the title. And who doesn't want the title? Have you got any titles, Georgie? That's a shame.
No, I don't.
Maybe later on today you will. Who knows? Wouldn't it be fun to get a title?
He's
Let's see
coming
if
back
Sammy
at
can go
13. This is a must-run pass for him. He's had a nice hook up out of 1. He's looking good. Nice and high on that boat out of 2 ball. He looks very comfortable out there. Looking good at 4.
He's on it. He's around 5 ball heading over to 6, and he's going to get through this pass, so he's going to get his shot at it. That is a completed pass, 13 metres. He's going to get the shot. I'm half wondering whether he might do a little Dylan Wright action here and just run the whole thing. He'll get around 3 ball and just keep on going. I don't want to put the mocker on him, but that's what I'm feeling. And I'm a betting man. He'll give me 5 to 1 on that. Alrighty, hearing back from the boat. All is good. Times are correct. Confirmed pass. He's going to be coming back here
So it'll be interesting what his game plan is. Is he going to safety check a little
it's interesting.
The start just to get a secure spot of 3, or is he going to go in and try and run the pass?
I mean, you've still got to make a start. To get to 3 ball, you've got to be thinking, I'm going to run this pass. So you can't just go, I'll turn around 1-2 and get to 3. This is 12 metres and this is 58k, so he's going to have to do some work here. And I think it'll just depend. If he's coming into 3 in nice shape, I think he'll turn and keep going. But it'll be interesting to see. We've got Sammy Niebening from Queensland coming back in. Can he be our champion? A piece or all of 3 balls going to do it. He's turned 1 pretty nicely, heading to 2. He's turned 2 okay. I think he folded a little bit. I'm not 100% sure. I think he might just take the win. I think he has. Oh, he's around 4 ball. He's still going. He's going to get over to 5. Oh, just a little bit too much. But he is our winner in this under 21 men's division, slalom division, with a score of 4.5 at 12 metres for Sammy Niebening.
Final score for Sam is 4.5 on 12.
He'll be stoked with that. Awesome skiing by Sam and the rest of the crew.
All right, so this event went by script pretty well. Our top 3 seeds, Sammy Niebening winning with 4.5 at 12. Billy Smith coming in second place with 2.5 at 12. And Will Moroney from Victoria coming in third with 2 at 12. So congratulations to all of those under 21 men. That was a fun event. Alrighty, I think we are hoping that Louise Smith might head over to the Judges Tower. Apparently you're doing a job over there, so we're having a change. We're going to have Jack Sutherland driving, so he's going to get out of his ski gear and hop behind the wheel. He's versatile, that lad. Steve Bickerton is going to be our boat judge. Mark Quinn is going to be a tower judge. Brian R is going to be a tower judge. Lee B is going to be the video gates. And we have got Louise Smith is a gate judge also, and Susan Sutherland's going to be hanging out in there as well. So if you can head to position, that would be great. Yellow. Alrighty, we're going to move right along here to the under-17 girls. This is sponsored by Waterski Queensland Central Region. Thanks to those guys for kicking the tin a little bit to make it all happen. It's been great. No doubt we'll go through all our sponsors again tonight that have generously sponsored this event to keep us all plugging along for the days we've been here. I'm pretty sure we're going to have Laura Hayes on the water here from New South Wales opening up, and I have a feeling that she is another one that's potentially got a lot more in the tank. Pretty sure she might have got pinged on her gates in round 1, I'm remembering, and I don't think she got pinged on her gates that time, so she's going to get a score, and I'm wondering whether she might even be a little player amongst the top end. That was a 0-2, so that's going to be... That's a 49k start, I think. All right, so that was a 49k start, and she's going to come back at 52. Alrighty, we've got Laura Hayes on the water from New South Wales. She's going to be coming back 52k. She'll be happy because she's got a score on the board this round. And it is under 17 girls. So once again, that first round was only prelim anyway. So this is the only score that's going to count for these guys. And she's heading her way down 52k. Over to 4-ball, looking pretty good. I've got a feeling she's going to sneak through this pass as well. And she's going to be coming back at her top speed of 55k. Well done to Laura Hayes from New South Wales. Alrighty, I can hear that boat powering back up. We've got Laura Hayes from New South Wales on the water. This is the under 17 girls final round in slalom. And she's coming back for a little bit of 55 action. Not sure whether she can get through 55 or not. This is her third pass. She's turned 2-ball pretty well. She's a little down course around 3, heading over to 4. If she turns 4 well, and I think she has, I think she's got a shot to ski out of this. Heading to 6. Nice job. So that is 3 full completed passes for Laura Hayes, and she's going to be chopping the line up. So we're going to see a little bit of 16 action out of her. First skier off the dock, and as I suspected, she got pinged on a gates first round. She's got more on the tank than the scoreboard shows. So where is she going to end up? Maybe she can even run 16 here. Alrighty, we've got a 12-strong field here in the under-17 girls. Haven't been through them all yet. We've got Laura Hayes on the water at the moment from New South Wales. Then we are going to Laney Styles from Victoria. Pack of them there. Then into a couple of Queenslanders, Hannah Pollock, Georgie Cooper. From Western Australia, we've got Daisy Green, and then back to Queenslanders, Selena Appleton, Zali Reeves, and Christy Appleton are our top 3 seeds in this under-17 girls division. All right, Laura Hayes is coming in on her 4th pass, so she's going to be happy. Anyone who gets to their 4th pass, I think, is happy. This is 16 metres, 55k. Let's see what she's got for us. She's turned 1-ball and heading to 2. She's going to turn 2 as well. She's in it. She might be able to run this. Turn 3-ball heading to 4. A little slow out of 3. She's only just around 4. I'm not sure she's going to get much more than that. That's what it was. A little bit too slow around 4-ball, but she was threatening to run that pass and start us off with some 14 action. But I believe that is going to be a final score of 4 at 16 for her. And I'm pretty sure she'll be relatively happy with that. Well done to Laura Hayes from New South Wales.
Next gear is Laney Styles, 49 Ks, 18 metres red.
I think the weather gods really have been spectacular to us, Marty, right, over this last 10 days or so. But I think they are reaching their tolerance levels, the weather gods, and they're saying, come on, I've given you all I've got. I don't have anything left. And maybe they are thinking about heading in and pushing us out. They're saying, you've had enough of you. You can leave if you like. So, Mr. Weather Gods, we are leaving tomorrow. If you can just let us get through today, that would be lovely. It certainly looks beautiful right now. Just a little bit of cloud cover around that we hope is going to disperse more than gather. Beautiful first thing this morning, though. We're into the under-17 girls slalom, and we are going to be into our third skier now, which is going to be Abigail Sutton from New South Wales. We've got 4 New South Wales, 4 blue bibs, and I'm half thinking, I can't see yet, but I'm half thinking I'm going to see blue pigtails flying down the course. Is that right, Marty, right? I think it is.
There are some pigtails out there.
I don't know whether these ones are blue. I've seen some bluer pigtails than that out on the water over this weekend. But Abigail is heading down this pass. She's around 5 ball and over to 6 in good shape, so she's got a nice opener under her belt. Didn't catch the start speed, maybe 49-ish. Alrighty, we've got Abigail Sutton on the water. Skied 4 at 52 in her opening round. So this is the pass where she went down in her opening round. But this is the final. That doesn't matter. Can she get through this 52K pass, Marty Wright?
Well, she was looking pretty good on her first pass, and she's had a good start, Coops. A little bit shaky on 2, but out of 3 and going into
I'm
just inside 4 ball.
Not sure whether she actually got around 3 ball there. So that was a bit of a shame for her. Let's have a bit of a look on the replay here, Marty. What happened? I don't think she looked too bad on that gate there. She's turned 1 okay heading to 2. I think she's just not got out of 2 ball very well. And maybe just a little underpull. It just pulled her up there, and I think she's found herself too narrow to turn the ball. And I think that's the case. And so she's turned inside it, and that's all she wrote. But that will be a score of 2 at 52 for Abigail Sutton. And I was going to say that she's the leader, but she's not. Laura Hayes is the leader, 4 at 16.
Up next, Coops, we've got Summer Craig, have we? And Summer got 4 at 55 on the first round, so we might see a few passes out of Summer, hopefully, today. That sun is behind the clouds, and we were getting a bit of glare when it came out, but it's pretty nice this morning, Coops. Normally we're bathed in sun in the commentator's box, but today it's very comfortable in here.
Yeah, I could live with this, to tell you the truth. I could, if it didn't rain and it stayed a little overcast all day, happy days. I'd be happy with that. The last couple of days, some of that sun was a little pounding, actually. I'm not complaining. I'll give you the drum, but we were definitely getting some sun.
We don't want too much wind today because we've got 17 boys jump and open men's jump today as well.
Yeah, that's right. Finished off with a bang, open men's jump. So Summer Craig on the water now from New South Wales. She scored 4 at 55. I was talking to Jamie. I think that is around about her territory of PB territory, so she's done pretty well. Assuming she's going to be starting probably at 49K. Sounds a bit like it to me. She's turned 4 ball, heading over to 5, looking in pretty good shape. She's going to get around 6 ball and home, so great opening pass for Summer Craig. Yep, 0-2, so that is a 49k pass. She's going to be coming back at 52k in this under-17 girls final, sponsored by Waterski, Queensland Central Region.
It's great to see a lot of people on the shore this morning, Coops. A lot of these competitors have finished their skiing for the weekend. We've got a bit happening today, and we've got a lot of support out here this morning. It's great to see.
You know what else has happened here, Marty? All the cows have come over on the other side there to support us as well. I think they're going, what's going on over there? I'm going for a look. The cows are definitely having a look at what's going on over here.
Haven't seen those kangaroos pop out this morning, though, have you, Coops?
I did see one.
Yesterday.
I saw one bouncing around. There's lots of them around here. So I don't think you have to look for too long and you'll see some kangaroos bouncing around. And that will be great for our international viewers. Yes, there are kangaroos bouncing around the streets or around the fields of Australia where we are. We've got Summer Craig on the water. She's going to be coming back 52k 80 metres. Her second pass. Talk us through there, Marty.
Yeah, a nice controlled start through the gates, Coops, and looking nice and tight around one ball. Keeping that stack position out of two and just cruising along very nicely, trying to stay in control. Getting a little bit late at 4, but she's got around 5, and I think she's going to get around 6, looks like, and through the gates. And a really nice pass.
All right, she'll be happy that she is through her first 2 passes. So she's going to be coming back flat out at 55k. Now, she got to 4 ball. If you can get to 4 ball, I'm a believer that you can get home if you can hold it together. So we'd love to see her get through that 55. And for these guys, maybe some of these early skiers getting through that top speed pass gets you into a shortening. That's exciting stuff when you in a comp, when you get to shorten that line the first time. I'm not sure. Maybe she has. I'm not 100% sure whether she has or hasn't. But I kind of got a feeling maybe she hasn't. And I'm hoping maybe today she can. Current leader, we've got Laura Hayes for at 16 metres. So if she's going to make a play for the lead at this stage of the game, she's going to need to get through this 55k pass. What has Summer Craig got in store for us?
Look, we have got a buy for Summer Craig, and 4 at 55 is her PB, and it's been crossed out, so I think she got a PB the other day. So anything past 4 ball is another PB for Summer, so let's will her through this pass, Coops.
All right, let's see how she goes here. Summer Craig from New South Wales, pulling out for her gates, heading over to 1 ball. Pretty good out of 1, actually. She needs a tight turn at 2. Maybe didn't get quite all of it and pulled up a little bit into 3, but she's still there. She's going to turn 4, and she's had a big turn and held on to it out of 4 ball. She's going to turn 5. Can she get back? I reckon she can. She's around 6 ball and out of those gates.
And I think that's another PB.
Yes. And like we were saying before, it's a really exciting PB because she's going to get to chop that line up. She needs to look at the boat and say, chop it up.
That's a nice feeling. I've only ever chopped it up while I'm in the boat for somebody else, Coops, but it'd be a nice feeling doing that in the water.
Yes, especially in Australian national titles. So she's going to potentially make a little play now for the current lead, which is 4 at 16. Don't want to get ahead of myself, though. If this is the first time she's had a bit of 16 action, it's more than likely it'll be a little bit of 2 ball action here, I think.
But she did look pretty comfortable looking at that replay down through that pass, and you know, she wasn't breaking form at all. So let's hope she keeps that form in this pass, and she might get a little way down this 16 metres.
Oh, I'm sure she's going to be excited, that's for sure. Summer Craig from New South Wales in the under-17 girls. She has just skied a new PB by 2 balls, and she's got a few more up her sleeve. Let's see what she's got for us at 16 metres. The line length is going to throw her around a little bit more. She's turned 1 a little funny, and she's going to say, that'll do me. Let's just take 1 at 16. I'm happy with that. That is a new PB for Summer Craig. Well done. All right, well done to Summer Craig there. However, we still have Laura Hayes from New South Wales is our current leader with a score of 4 at 16. So that's the target at the moment. We're pretty early on in the piece. We have had 4 skiers on the water from this 12-strong pack. Next skier, we're going to have Georgie Richards. Then it's going to be Bridget Maloney, Hannah Pollock, Georgie Cooper, Daisy Green, Selena Appleton, Zali Reeves, and Christy Appleton from Queensland is our top seed. And she had a score of 3 at 12. It was exciting because in the prelim round of this, Selena Appleton ran 13 for the first time. Really put everyone under pressure. Zali Reeves said, well, you can't have all the fun. I'm going to have some fun as well with 2 at 12. It'll be interesting to see how these, 3 or 4 actually pan out. I'm pretty sure Daisy's, she can throw her hat in that ring as well. So it'll be an interesting last few skiers. But at this stage of the game, Laura Hayes has it with 4 at 16. And we have got Georgie Richards coming in now from New South Wales for her opening pass. Looks to be 18 metres for sure. Turning 2 ball pretty well and around 3. Heading over to 4 in shape, early and on time and looking good. So I don't see any issues coming through here. Not sure whether that's 49 or 52. I've got a little feeling that might have been more a 52 feeling pass. Oh. 1792, so it's definitely 52k. So she's going to be coming back top speed 55k on this second pass.
So Georgie got 2 at 16 in her first round, Coop. So this next couple of passes, she'll be looking to run those, won't she?
Yeah, I think so. So she got through the 55k pass in her opening round and then got 2 at 16. So she may be able to make a play if she can ski a little deeper than that with a current score of 4 at 16. Alrighty, we can see Jack Sutherland there behind the wheel. Steve Bickerton in the main judge's seat there in the boat. All ready to go, all ready to see what Georgie Richards has got in store for us. This is 55k. This is top speed for any women's events, 55k or 34 miles an hour, if you're that way inclined. And we have got Georgie coming down this pass over to 5 ball, heading to 6. So as I was expecting, she made relatively light work of that 55k pass. So well done to Georgie Richards.
Well, judges have confirmed 6 balls for Georgie, so she come back at 16 metres. And we haven't got a bio for Georgie. I don't know how down this pass she's got, Coops. You know anything about Georgie?
No, not really, to tell you the truth. Well, I'm not sure where PB is, but just potentially going on where people start, is where you can get a bit of an idea, I suppose, can't you? So if she started at 52.18, she's run the next one. I have a feeling she would normally potentially run 16 and 40's her bogey pass. 14 is where she'd be very excited to maybe get through it, but I don't know. I'm only just guessing with that. But normally speaking, your third pass, you're hoping that you are going to run your third pass. Generally, we're always going, yep, I can run that pass. I can run that pass. I'm not necessarily going to, but I can. And that's what we're thinking here. Hopefully, if she can get a piece of 5 ball here, she'll push herself into the lead. She got 2 in the first round. Georgie Richards, here she's comes right now. This is 16 metres, 55k. What has she got for us? She's turned 1 ball okay, heading to 2. I reckon she's way down course at 2 balls, so it's going to be trouble. She's around 3, though, but that is going to be all she wrote there. So it was never really looking spectacular from the get-go on that one. Still a very respectable score of 3 at 16 metres, which is just shy, pushes herself in the second place currently, just shy of taking the lead. So still held at this stage of the game by Laura Hayes, who was our first skier on the water.
Yeah, Laura skied well this morning, and I was just having a look at Summer Richards, or Summer Craig's skier bio, and she's got a dad joke here. Coops, I know you love a dad joke.
Yeah, I love the dad jokes. What do we got? What do you got for me, Marty?
Why was the maths book sad?
Why was the maths book sad?
Had far too many problems.
Because there was far too many problems. I like that. I like that.
Well done.
Bridget Maloney first. Alrighty, we are in this under 17 girls slalom final sponsored by Waterski Queensland Central Region. Those guys have kicked the tin with some cash. Good on them. And this is their event. And it's an exciting one. The under 17 girls is definitely very exciting. There's a bunch of girls who potentially knock on the door of pushing their way into open. And I can definitely see some skiers in there that are going to be, I'm sure, are going to head into open divisions once they peel out of this under 17 girls. And I think there's a few who are going to be peeling out. I know Christy Appleton will be peeling out because she's the same age as Georgie Cooper, my daughter. I know this is her last year. Selena will hang in for a while. I think Sally might have another year up her sleeve.
She's the same age. This is her first year in here.
And not sure about
Coops.
Daisy Green as well.
And
But
Daisy's first year as well.
all right, everybody, we're just hearing word from our canteen. They are looking to try and sort out all the stock that they've got hanging around, and it's half-price juices. Let's get Bridget Maloney through her first pass. So Bridget from New South Wales is out on the water. Not sure what that start speed is, but she's around 3 ball heading to 4. She's turned 4 ball heading back to 5, looking in pretty good shape. I don't think I have seen any blue ribbons in the hair this morning. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe it was the younger divisions that had all the blue in their hair. But there was lots of New South Welshmen went through there. But Bridget got through that pass. That was 52K. I'm hearing back from the boat, so she's going to be coming back at 55. Yeah, I think they're going through the canteen at the moment, seeing what they've got excess stock in. We're going to try and clear it all out. So half-price juices this morning. Feel like juice in the morning?
I don't mind. I'm pretty partial to a bit of juice in the morning or coffee, one or the other.
All righty. So head on over. I think we're going to hear some other specials coming through as well. I'm sure coffee's underway. Coffee and tea. We've all had a little bit of that this morning ourselves. Some coffee and tea to get started.
I had a pretty nice bacon egg burger there as well this morning, Coop. So they're hot and they're in the cabinet and they are ready to go. So there's no waiting around over there. They're in and out pretty quickly.
So if anyone's hungry, people are packing up on the far side. You need a little bit of bacon and egg action in the morning. Head on over our side to get some coffee and some bacon and eggs. We're all ready to go for you. All right, Bridget Maloney on the water from New South Wales. She skied 4.5 at 16 in her opening round. So her seeding round, current score at the moment is 4 at 16. So if she could replicate that, she'd push herself into the lead. But I half feel that she wants to go a bit deeper than that. She's coming back at 55.18 at the moment, though. Marty, what do we got?
Yeah, we've got really nice and wide at 2 ball, and she is on time around 4, going to 5. And we're not going to say too much, but they look pretty comfortable, Coops, and she's out of the gates.
She's turned 6 ball and she's come home, Marty, for sure. So she's going to get her chance at 16.
Yeah, it's nice to get their chance. And I'll tell you what, the sun has come out here, and it was a little bit cold, but we seem to be warming up pretty quickly here, Coops. What do you think, mate? We might have to get some jackets off, get warmed up, because this under 17 girls is really starting to heat up now.
Just put my sunnies on, Marty, because you're right. That sun's come out to play, and it kind of looks like it might be out to stay for a little while, so I'm happy about that. Happy to see some sun. It's warming us all up. We've got a little bit of slalom left to go. We've got all the rest of these under 17 girls slalom. Then we are going to go into the over 21 men's slalom. Oh, maybe that's it, is it? I think maybe it is, according to my little run sheet here. Then we move into tricks. Or am I missing something? Yep. Yeah. Yep, then we go into tricks and then we go into jump. All right, but we've still got a little bit to go here because we're only halfway through our 12-strong pack with Bridget Maloney on the water. She's going to get her chance to take the lead here. So current lead is 4 at 16. She's coming in at 16. If she can get a piece of 5 ball, she is going to steal the lead away from Laura Hayes. What do we got here? 16-metre line, needs a 1 ball. She's turned 1 pretty well, I think. She's around 2, not in bad shape, heading to 3. Maybe a little down course, but she's turned 3 nicely, over to 4. She's turning 4 in good shape from this angle now. She only needs to get around 5 and home. She's going to get herself home, so she is going to be our new leader in this under-17 girls division with a full completed pass. First one we've seen this morning at 16 metres. So we're going to see a little bit of 14 action. Now, I did hear a little whisper there that they are going to review the entry gates, but maybe we can see on our monitor. They'll have a better angle from their shot. We've got it confirmed anyway, no problems. So that is a completed pass. Alrighty, so this is the first skier in the under-17s that's going to see a little bit of yellow action, a little bit of 14-metre action, and I'm not sure. She looked pretty good down that pass. Maybe she can get a bit of deep 14 happening here.
I'm looking at her score from the previous round, 4.5 at 16. So when you get turning 5 in her first pass, pretty consistent skiing. I think she might get a few here. And these conditions are perfect, aren't they? The wind there's no wind this morning. The sun is out, the water's warming up, and it's just beautiful.
We've had nothing but perfect conditions. We are super spoiled at this 2025 Nationals. All right, Bridget Maloney coming back. How far can she push the lead out here? This is 14 metres. Not sure where she gets up to. Not a bad 1 ball. A little rattled into 2. She's turned 2, though. A little rattled out of it for sure, so she's not going to get any further than 2. But I think that's probably around about where she's at, so she'll be excited about that. 2 at 14 metres for Bridget Maloney from New South Wales.
And that puts her in the lead, doesn't it, Coops?
Certainly does. That is our new leader. And how many skiers have we got to go? We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think it's really going to make a play for the podium, that score. But it's the current lead. And you never know what's going to happen. The score is on the board. Those other 6 scores have got to put a score on the board. But I don't think that's going to stand up.
You were just talking about the skiers to come, Coops, and I know a few of these skiers quite well. We've got, coming up next, we've got Hannah Pollock. I think it's Hannah's first year at under-17s.
Yeah, I think that's right, yes. And she's got a great score, 2.5 at 14 in the first round. And we know she can get through that 14-metre line.
Georgie Cooper. I ski with Georgie a lot. I know you know her pretty well, Coops. And I know she can ski through that 14-metre pass as well. So I'll have my fingers crossed for Georgie today.
Yeah, I've got my fingers crossed for both these girls that they get a little bit of 13 action. Just have a little push. Just a little push would be nice. All right, not 100% sure where Hannah might start, whether it's maybe 52 or is it 55. We're about to see her head into course. Hannah Pollock from Queensland. She's from Townsville Club. This is an 18-metre line for sure. I have a feeling this might be 55 because that boat looks like it's moving to me. She's moving down the course, no problem. She's going to turn 5 ball over to 6. That was an easy opening pass for Hannah Pollock from Queensland. I will just listen to that speed come back from the boat. But sounded a bit like 9.4, so it's definitely a 55k start for her. So she's going to be coming back in at 16 metres.
No, Coops, under-17 girls is very competitive this year, but it's going to probably be a little even more competitive next year because most of these girls are going to be around next year. I know Daisy is skiing up. She's under 14s this year. She's skiing up at under 17s.
So she'll still be there. Yeah. Selena will be there. And
Zali will be there.
Your daughter's going to join them, isn't she? So Emma Wright, and she was the correct me if I'm wrong, but she's the under-14 slalom champion this year.
Yeah, she's pretty
Yeah.
happy
Yes.
the last night. We were a happy household last night, actually,
I bet.
Coops.
Yeah, that's right. You've got a few overachievers in your family, which is good to see. Well done. So, but she'll be joining the 17s next year, so there's already some solid experience in there. But we have got Hannah Pollock coming back. This is a 16-metre line, 55K. Hannah Pollock from Queensland. Lovely one ball, so she's turned one nice, waiting for two. Looks pretty good out of two. She's turning three in good shape and around four. Hopefully we can get her around five ball on home. And we have, and she's heading over to home. And she's going to ski out of that pass. And she's going to get her shot at the lead, 14 metres. Currently 2 at 14 metres. Can Hannah Pollock from Queensland, far north Queensland, steal the lead away in this under-17 girls slalom division?
Confirming clear returning 14 metres yellow.
Got concerned parents on the water's edge, checking to see it's all going to plan. Alrighty, we've got Hannah Pollock on the water. She's coming back. This is her chance for the lead, her shot at the lead. Current lead 2 at 14. What has she got for us? This is 55K flat out for the girls. She's turned one ball heading to two. I'm not sure she got all of one ball. I'm not sure she got all of two as well. And I kind of feel it might have been just inside of three ball. Didn't quite get enough out of one. That's what 14 metres is, a bit of a commitment thing. You've got to get that ski under the line and get some angle out of the turn. Still very good skiing, so that is going to be the equal lead. I'm hearing scores back of 2 at 14 metres for Hannah Pollock. Well done. I'll just say it. Alrighty, just a little message for everybody. All of the skiers, if everybody can pay attention, all the skiers on the water, there may be a schedule change. We're looking at whether apparently there's some doom and gloom on the horizon down the track maybe this afternoon. They may push the jump event before the trick event. So if you're a jumper and you're potentially jumping today, it's not a given, it's not 100%, but they may push the jump event before we do the trick event today. So just keep your eyes on your fries. As it gets a little closer to that, our Chief Judge Belinda Derrick is going to let us know what the final decision is. It's got to do with the fact that we might get a bit breezy and it could even get a little bit rainy later this afternoon, so which would just be fantastic for pack up, won't it? But anyway, just keep your eyes on your fries there. The jump event may be brought forward. We've got the Queensland crew there giving Hannah Pollock a tunnel of love coming out of the water right in front of our little tower here. And she is now our equal current leader with a score of 2 at 14 metres. So it's hotting up here. Only a handful of skiers left to go. We have got 5 skiers. Next ski on the water is going to be Georgie Cooper. And she's going to see if she can make a little bit of a play at stealing this current lead away of 2 at 14 metres. Pretty sure Georgie Cooper is going to start 55, 18 metres is where she's usually at. Still no wind around, Marty, so we're still fine on the water. The sun came out for a minute and then the clouds decided to come back again. Like I said, I'd be happy enough if it stayed overcast all day. All right, Georgie Cooper heading into course now. She's got her chance at this under-17 final. Got a little pitched into three ball there, but hopefully she can gather herself together. She's turned around four nicely, so she'll be fixing that up. She's around 5 and over to 6, so she's happily through that opening pass. She'll be able to take a breath, stop down in the water there and regroup. I know she's got another couple of passes in her. Whether she can do it today is another story.
Yeah, she looked really good, and she'd be familiar with waters like this too, Coop. She skis up and at Ski North Babinda. Beautiful water up there, and it's pretty beautiful water down here at Stoney Park as well today. So she'll be feeling at home. She's spent a couple of weeks here, hasn't she? She was here with the...
Yeah, she struggles a little bit. Maybe her only little excuse, she likes to ski a lot before events, and she struggles a little bit if she feels rusty. That's what she says. And because she's been here for a couple of weeks and only had 1 or 2 rides in that time, she might feel a little rusty. That's what sometimes happens when you go to comps. You don't get a heap of skiing, and it's thrust on you all at once that you got to perform. But hopefully we'll see what she's got in store for us. She's going to be coming back 16-metre line here at 55k flat out for the girls. Current lead, 2 at 14 metres. So hopefully she might be able to make a shot at that.
Here we go, and Georgie Cooper coming into the course now, eyes to the water, pulling out for her gate. She's nice and controlled through the gate, and a lovely 1 ball, and she's getting nice and wide for 2. She's looking very in control there. 3 ball looks pretty standard, and she's going to 5 ball, a nice 5, hitting over to 6 and out through those gates, and they look pretty comfortable, Coops.
Yeah, she looks good, and this is the thing that gets a tiny bit frustrating, that her opening passes look really easy. That, like I've said a bunch of times in commentary up here, when you make a pass look as easy as that one looked for Georgie there, then you've kind of got the next one. I think you've got the next one in you, but she's been struggling a little bit to get that next one out of her. So she seems to stay in control, but then all of a sudden is in trouble. But let's see what she's got. She's got her shot at it now. She's got her shot at running 14 metres and taking the lead. Current lead 2 at 14.
Yeah, I was down on the dock for Mills earlier in the week, Coops, and Georgie had a couple there, and she got out of the water pretty happy. She was feeling pretty good on those for Mills. Hopefully that form that she had there and the feeling on the water she had is going to come through for today as well. And she looks pretty comfortable. I'm going to talk her up.
Yeah, she looks good, doesn't she? Oh, I'm optimistic. So we know that she can get through this 14-metre pass. Current lead is 2. She needs a good start. I feel like sometimes when she puts herself under pressure, then it goes a little south. But here she goes. She's going to get her shot at 14 metres. This is Georgie Cooper from Queensland, far north Queensland, Ski North Babinda. Turns in at 14 metres. She's turned 1 ball, heading over to 2. Can she get around 2? I don't think she's got all of 2, but she might have enough. She's going to need a big 3. She has turned 3. Sometimes when she gets down course, it's not too bad. Pretty good out of 4, although she's had a bit of a bubble into 5. I think she's going to get out of 5 and over to 6. So we've got our first under 17 girls to get through that 14-metre line. She'll be happy. She'll take a breath now at the other end.
That looked great, Coops, and I tell you, she was a little bit late eating into those final few boys, but she kept her composure, she kept her control, and she made her way through it, and she looked pretty good.
Let's have a bit of a look at the replay. It's nice to look at the replay. I think she comes out of 2 ball with maybe not quite enough and gives herself a lot to do at 3, but she had a half reasonable 3. And I think once you get to 4 ball in half reasonable shape, she's going, I'm going to stick with this thing, and I know I can turn 5 ball tight and bring myself home. So well done to Georgie Cooper from Queensland, who is now our new leader. First girl through the 14-metre line. So this is the first bit of green 13-metre action we've got today, with 4 skiers left to go after Georgie. So can she get a little deep down this? Can she grit a little bit deep down this and put some pressure on these other girls to maybe make a little bit of a play for the podium here? Pretty strong skiers to come, but let's see what Georgie Cooper's got at 13 metres. She's been deep. Is she here? What has she got? She needs a 1 ball. That's what she needs in order to make it happen. Not a bad 1 ball, so she's over to 2. Pretty early for 2. Didn't get out of 2 very good, but is she going to turn 3? She's going to turn 3. She's going hard towards 4. Can she get around 4? She didn't quite get around 4 ball, but she's going to get a full 3. So that makes a play, a little bit of a play. 3 at 13 metres for Georgie Cooper.
Wondering, what's Georgie's PB? Coops, is that pretty close? That'd be pretty close.
Yeah, it's
wouldn't
close. I think it might be in comp. I think it is 4 at 13. So she'll be excited to get halfway down 13 for sure, which is nice. Still don't really think that's going to stand with the skiers that we've got coming in behind her, but she'll be happy that she's being at least a little bit competitive amongst this pack.
No, I did see a bit of a fist pump when she ran that 14. I think she's pretty happy, Coops. I think you're going to have a happy daughter today.
And you know how much of a difference to your world that makes, Marty, right? Alrighty, moving on to Western Australia now. We have got Daisy Green on the water. She is our 4th seed in this under-17 girls slalom final, and she is starting a slight little difference from some of the other girls. She's starting at 52k, but at 16 metres. So she opts for one speed down, but also one line length down. So this is 52k, 16 metres for Daisy Green. Let's see what she's got for us. She's turned one ball nicely over to 2. Looking nice and slow on the water there. Around 3 ball, heading over to 4. Almost looks slow motion, like she's just cruising up this pass at 52k. Nice opening pass for Daisy Green from Western Australia.
Yeah, Daisy is looking ahead to World Squad Coops, and I know she's got one eye on that under 17 Worlds that's going to be in Argentina next year, and her and Selena are skiing up, so they're usually in under 14s, but that's at a slower speed. That's at that 52k, so trying to get a bit of experience at 55 before the Worlds next year.
Understand, that's a good idea, isn't it? So they're ready to compete, ready to play.
Daisy's not skiing up. No, sorry.
All right. In
Just
that case, she's skiing exactly where she needs to ski.
Yeah, my apologies.
In the under-17 girls division. And she is our 4th top seed, so she has the potential. Current leader at the moment, Georgie Cooper, with a score of 3 at 13, the only girl so far to get into the 13-metre line. And I'm positive she's not going to be the last out of this pack here. But what has Daisy got for us? So she went down at 52.16. She's going to be coming back at 55.16. Pretty sure these next couple of passes are well within her wheelhouse. But let's see how we go here. 55k, 16 metres for Daisy Green from Western Australia. Let's see how she goes here. She's got a pretty nice 1 ball heading over to 2. Nice out of 2 as well. She's on time to 3. Everything looks standard fair to me at the moment. Turn 4 over to 5. And she's going to come home out of 5 ball. No problems on that. Beautiful pass for Daisy.
Daisy got a lovely style. Coops, hasn't she? She gets some good coaching from Mum and Dad.
Yeah, she's got some pretty solid coaching. Some pretty solid skiing going on in that part of the world for sure.
Confirming steer turning 14 metres yellow.
Alrighty, Daisy scored 3 at 13 in her opening round, which is the same score as our current leader. So there's been, I think, a little bit of a tendency here that I'm looking at for people to improve. Right across the board, to tell you the truth, I'm seeing improved scores. So I think they're aware that this is a final and everybody's giving their absolute all. So potentially, anyway, we won't talk it up too early. We've got Daisy Green coming back 14 metres. So she's got to get through this pass if she wants to make a play for the podium and the lead position at the moment. She needs to get through this 14-metre pass. This is 14.55, flat out for the girls. What's she got for us? She's turned 1 ball nicely, heading over towards 2. She's around 2 in good shape, so it's looking on schedule at this stage of the game. 3's no problem. And she was waiting for 4, so I'm pretty sure she's going to turn 4 and 5, heading for home, over to 6 ball. and around 6, and that is also a completed pass at the 14-metre line for Daisy Green. So we got another skier into 13 metres.
95. Trail 1, 6 and 6.
Got a little message from a mate of mine, Craig Rankin, and his little crew up there who are watching this morning. They're watching Georgie ski this morning. And once again, good morning to Smiley Eiley and Bailey, who are going to be hanging up there. Craig Tara, Smiley Eiley and Bailey. Good morning to you guys. Thanks for joining us. And Georgie, they were saying congratulations to you, Georgie. Alrighty, so here we go. We've got Daisy Green coming back. She is going to make her play on the lead. Current lead, 3 balls. Can she get a piece of 4 ball and steal this lead away? She skied 3 in the first round. What is she going to ski in the second round? Had a nice 14. Daisy Green on the water from Western Australia. What has she got for us? She's turned 1 ball and heading to 2, so she's in good shape so far. Turn 2 on a strong side and looking good. She's around 3, heading to 4. Maybe she can run this past. She's around 4 ball, heading to 5. I've got a feeling she might be able to get home. I'm not sure, though. She's around 6, and she is home. So she's run that 13-metre pass. We've got a new leader, and we've got a new line length. We are into 12 metres.
Wow. Now, I don't know if Daisy has run that 30-metre at 55 before. We haven't got a bio there, but I'm pretty sure she's pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, like I'm saying, everybody seems to just be upping the ante. I think everyone's virtually upped the ante here in this under-17 girls division, and potentially by full passes, they're upping the ante. So there's a lot going on. So it'll be interesting to see how far down 12 Daisy can get to put some pressure on, because 12, I think, is really the pressure pass for these girls. I think that our next 3 potentially, will feel like they can run 13 and they want to run 13. Maybe not Selena. Selena ran it for the first time the other day. I don't know whether we can expect her to do it twice in a row right off the cuff, but she's a little competitor. Maybe she will.
She's done it once. She can do it again, and she's tenacious.
Yes.
I remember her in that first round, and I think that she's going to be gritty and teach, especially now Daisy's got through it. She knows she has to get through it, Selena. But anyway, we've still got this 12-metre pass to go, haven't we?
Yeah, how many balls here is Daisy Green going to get in order to put some pressure on this under-17 pack? So what do we got? The start at 12 is so crucial. What has she got for us? She's turned 1, not fantastic though. She's going to take 1, a safe 1. That is 1 at 12 metres. And we're half feeling that's going to be a PB for Daisy. And that is a great score, and she is our new leader with 1 at 12 metres. Alrighty, we are getting to our very pointy end now of the Under-17 Girls Slalom Division, sponsored by Waterski Queensland Central Region. Our 3 top seeds, all coincidentally from Queensland. And you could throw a blanket over them, because we have got Selena Appleton, who scored 2 at 12 in round 1. We've got Zali Reeves, who scored 2 at 12 in round 1. And we've got Christy Appleton, who scored 3 at 12 in round 1. Who wants it? We have got a new lead score on the board of 1 at 12 by Daisy Green, which is nothing to be scoffed at, because these girls have got to get through 13 for sure. All right, confirmed from the boat. We've got Selena Appleton is our next skier. And she's going to start similar to Daisy Green. She's going to start at 52k 16 metres. Work for Daisy. And it definitely worked for Selena the other day. Let's see if she can put in a repeat performance and put some pressure on Zali and her sister Christy. Talk us through this opening pass, Marty.
All right, and Selena's just coming through the gates now with her opening pass, 52 kilometres an hour, and out of 1 and 2 very nicely. And 3, she's going around 3, heading over to 5 now, and out to 6. And she made that look pretty easy, Coops. Beautiful conditions out there, and I think she might be on track.
Yeah, nice pass. Nice pass for Selena Appleton, our third top seed in this under-17 girls. Alrighty, so that's she started at 52k, so she's going to be coming back at 55k, flat out for her. And she is definitely skiing up a division, I think, Marty. And just so her old top speed used to be 52k. That's what she was used to, and now she's trying to get her head around 55k. And she's done a pretty good job of it because she's got a score in 12 metres at 55k round 1. So she must have been doing a little bit of skiing at 55 for sure.
So you can hear that TXI Malibu boat spooling up their Coops, and Selena's coming into the course at top speed, 16 metres. And she gets a nice start, very tight turn around 1 ball, and a nice easy 2. 3 ball is looking pretty routine for her as she heads around over to 5. Nice stack out of 5 and through the gates to complete the pass.
All right, nice job for Selena Appleton. So it's going as per plan so far. Got through her first 2 passes. So now it starts to get a bit more real, though, because we need to get her through the next 2 passes, 14 and 13, in order to make a play for the lead. Current lead is held by Daisy Green from Western Australia, 1 at 12 metres. But Selena looking good so far. Alrighty, I can hear that boat powering up. We have got Selena Appleton from Queensland. She is our 3rd top seed in the under-17 girls slalom event. We've got a lead score of 1 at 12. This is 14 metre line. She needs to get through this 14 metre line for sure to make a little bit of a play for the lead. I've half got a feeling she's going to make this one look pretty reasonable. She's around 2 ball on time, heading over to 3. She's waiting for 3 ball, turn 3 ball, heading over to 4. Around 4 in pretty good shape and over to 5, and it's looking to me like she's going to get around 6, no problems. Back to the wakes, and that is a completed pass for Selena.
That look might have even looked, if we look on the replay, looked even nicer, I think, Coops, than her earlier passes. She likes the speed and she likes that rope length.
Yeah, she's a little pocket rocket slalomer. So, yeah, nice looking pass. Just looking back at the replay here as well. Turn 2 ball nicely there over to 3. She's got a nice swing behind the boat and really lets that ski swing out.
Nice tight line all the way through that pass, Coops.
All right, so she is our 3rd skier who's going to get a shot at the 13 metre line. So I think we were all pretty excited the other day when she ran this 13-metre pass. So I was half feeling that she might not have got through that in comp before. Was that right? I'm not 100% sure.
That's correct.
Yeah, so
not at 55k. I've seen her do it at 52. But at 55, that was her PB. So let's see if we can get her through it again.
That was the first time. Can she double up on that? It's a big ask. I think it's a big ask to go, oh, now you're running 13, just run it again. And is she going to do it, though? Let's see what she's got in store for us here. This is the 13-metre line for Selena Appleton. How's she going to go? Oh, she's had a funny one ball, but she's in it, though. She's dragged herself back together, and she's turned 2 pretty well. She's heading over to 3. A little bit the same as the other day. She's come out of 3, not too bad. She's around 4. Oh, just couldn't get herself out of 4 ball. She had a couple of funny balls there. Even the other day, I think she's a little rattled through the course, but she doesn't let go. She just drags herself back into shape. So shoulder drop there, but dragged herself back into position to get across 2 ball on time, and then around 2 and really thrust her hips forward to get herself back on track. Then she kind of had a similar 3, same thing, where just dropped the shoulder a little bit, but she got to 4 not in bad shape, but just tried to bite off a bit too much at 4 ball, but still excellent skiing for Selena Appleton. And I think 3.5 is going to push her into the silver medal position at the moment. Still Daisy Green, our leader, with 1 at 12 metres.
Well, with 2 skiers to go, that might put Daisy Green on the podium there. Coops just looking quietly.
Well, she's not guaranteed at this stage of the game, Marty, but she's second right at the moment. So if Zali and Christie...
Well, put Daisy on the podium at least anyway, won't it?
That's correct. That's correct. Well, that's a good point there, Marty. Daisy Green for sure is going to be standing on that podium in some position. Whether it is in gold, silver or bronze, she's guaranteed a spot. There's a chance Selena might end up there as well, but Zali or Christie would have to have a little fail for that to happen, and I'm hoping that's not going to happen. So we got Zali Reeves coming onto the water now. She is our second last Queenslander to ski, and she is on the 16-metre line, heading down course over towards 4 ball and regulation shape there, looking good. We've got the maroon jerseys on the water, the bibs. She's around 5 ball and out the exit gate, so no problems with her opening pass, and I'm pretty sure that was going to be a 55.16. Yep, heard it back from the boat. That was definitely 55k. So she's going to be straight back into 14 metres.
And we've got confirmation from the tower. So, Zali's going to be returning at 14 metres. It's ramping up, Coops, down to the yellow line already.
It is. We're definitely at the pointy end here. So our top 2 seeds, we're kind of half expecting them to get through 13 metres. I don't want to put too much pressure on anyone in the world. Current leader, 1 at 12, Daisy Green. Second place, Selena Appleton with 3.5 at 13. Zali Reeves, we hope she gets a shot at 13 for sure to see if she can get through it, but she's going to need to get through this 14-metre pass first, Marty.
Oh, she is, and look, a nice 1 ball there, Coops, and she's early at 2, waiting on the line. 3 ball is pretty regulation, going over to 4, and she's out of 4, turning 5 ball and pulling to 6 and through the gates, and I think that was a pretty nice pass. In fact, I like that pass a little bit more than the first pass. I think she's getting her groove on.
Yeah. Not too bad. I thought she might have had a couple little moments early on in the piece, but she held it all together. She grabbed it all back into shape, and I think she was never going to miss that pass. I guarantee you that. She wasn't going to miss it. So she wants to have her shot at 13 here, and then hopefully her shot at the lead is what she'd like to do. So the next one is going to be, it's not the bogey pass, but it's the one she would really dearly like to get through, 13 metres. I think for all of these girls, that's the one where they're going, I really want to get through this pass and get my shot at 12. Not sure where we are schedule-wise, Marty, but we've been running through this slalom pretty well. It's only 8:30 in the morning. Once this division is finished, we've only got 6 more skiers in the slalom to go. Alrighty, so we're about to finish the 17 girls slalom in a couple of skiers. So if the judges for the next division, which is going to be the over 21 men's, can start sort of morphing in that direction, we have got John Weeks is going to be driving for us. Gay Maroney is going to be the boat judge. Joel Wing, I'll just wait here because we've got Zali Reeves on the water coming back 13 metres, and this is a really pivotal pass. This is the pointy end of the under-17 girls. Can she get through the 13-metre line? She's turned 2 ball and heading to 3. Had a little hit at 2, but she's a strong girl. She's turned 3 ball. She's going to get around 4 ball. Looking in pretty good shape at this stage. She's going to turn 5, and I think she's going to get home. She's home all right. She's home at the 13-metre line, so she's run that pass, and she's going to get her shot at the lead. Alrighty, so I'll go back to those judges for our next division. We've got John Weeks driving, Gay Maroney in the boat. Joel Wing, if you can head for the tower, because you're a tower judge, with Declan Nolan, Jenny B and Michelle S. And also Claire is our scorer. Yep, over 21 men. That's what it sort of says here.
Yeah, we are travelling really nicely. I think that also we haven't had many technical delays this morning, have we, Coop? So I haven't really seen the boat stop.
And we started bang on time, so I think we had a skier on the water at 6:29. So we are really at our pointy end of the under-17 girls slalom. Daisy Green, I think, has probably got one hand on the lead at the moment because we've got Zali Reeves coming into course at that same pass, that 12-metre pass. How deep is she going to get down this 12-metre pass? Is she going to take the lead away? She's turned 1 ball and heading for 2. I think we've got a new leader. She's turned 2. How deep can she get down this pass? She's turned 3, heading over to 4. Can she run this pass? She's turning 4, heading over to 5. Can she turn 5? She can't turn 5, but she's made a full 4 at 12 metres. Oh, that really throws the gauntlet down to Christy Appleton. 4.
That's a big score.
At 12 metres is a really solid score. We've got our new leader, Zali Reeves from Queensland, who has pushed the boundaries out there to 4 at 12 metres.
Now, I'm just looking at Chrissy Appleton's skier bio here, and her tournament PB, it may have changed since she sent this through, but her tournament PB is 3.5 at 12, Coops.
3.5 at 12. Well, there's been a bunch of people who have been setting new PBs. I wouldn't doubt it. I have half a feeling, and I think this about your son, to tell you the truth, Marty. I think he likes big occasions, and I think he likes a carrot. I think he likes some competition. And then he goes, no, I am still going to win this competition even. And I have a little bit of a feeling that Christy Appleton might have a similar frame of mind as well. She knows it's 4 at 12. And I half have a feeling she's going to go, I'm going to get 4.5 here. Anyway, we're about to see. This is what makes it exciting. I love close competition, close, fair, friendly competition. But Zali Reeves has thrown down the gauntlet. And that would have to be a big PB for her, wouldn't it? Is that a PB for Zali?
Yeah, I'm sure that's a big PB for Zali.
4 at 12, holy, that's a big score. This is the under-17 girls final. We have got our last skier on the water, Christy Appleton. She was our top seed. She got 3 at 12 in the prelim rounds. Pretty sure she'll be starting at 16:55. We need to get her through those first few passes and give her a shot at it.
Yeah, and Christy's coming into the course now, and she goes around 1 ball, waiting on 2, nicely stacked out of 2 ball. 3 is down and dusted, and she's heading over to 5 now, and around 6 ball, and that was a pretty good pass to open up her account here.
Yeah, really lovely,
final.
smooth pass, that one. There was no hiccups there, as we would sort of expect. I'm half expecting her to get through these next couple looking in pretty good shape. And I really hope she does, so she can get her shot at 12, because she's She's had a big score put out in front of her. And like I said, I have a feeling she might almost be excited about it. All right, you want me to go a little further? I can go a little further.
Well, I know Christy and Zali, they ski together a lot. They both live up in Brisbane there, Coops, and they ski together. But I do know when they get on the water, they love to compete, both of them. And I know Christy will be looking forward to the challenge, I think, at the moment.
Alrighty, conditions still beautiful. This supposed bad weather that might end up coming in looks a little distant to me now. I think, got my fingers crossed, the weather gods are going to play just this last day with us a little bit. We've got our last skier in the under-17 girls Waterski Queensland Central Region Slalom event. This is the final event. We've got Christy Appleton on the water. She is our top seed. This is 14 metres. She's turned one ball at 14 metres. And she's around 2, heading over to 3. She's going to turn 3 ball, head to 4. So, like we were half expecting, she's making this 14-metre pass look pretty comfortable. And she's going to ski out those exit gates, full completed pass. And she's going to be coming back at the 13-metre line. Alrighty, I can hear that boat coming back. Christy Appleton on the water. We need to get her through this 13-metre pass. We'd love to see how she's going to manage. The next one would be great. But we've got to get her through this one first, and it's no gimme. This is 13 metres. This is 55k. This is flat out for the women's division. Christy Appleton from Queensland, our top seed. This is 13 metres. What has she got for us? She's turned one ball nicely, so she's made a good start. Out of 2 well as well, so she's making it look good so far. Heading over to 4 ball in good shape. Maybe a little slow out of 4, but I think she was so on time. No dramas at all. She's out of 5, so she's run that 13-metre pass like we were hoping she would. And actually, she really looked pretty good up there, and that's what I sort of keep reflecting on, that she made that pass look good. So means that she's got a good bit of the next pass in her, I think. And there's things I want to say, but I don't want to say. So I'm not going to say them. I'm just going to watch. I'm just going to commentate on what's happening rather than predict what's going to happen. You know, I'd like to write it on a piece of paper and put it in an envelope for you, Marty, so you can pull it out the end.
All right, why don't you do that, Coops?
I've got
a bit of prediction. We won't tell anybody what you're going to write down.
I'm not going to say it.
And we will see. But at the moment, I'm holding the podium as Ali Reeves. In second place, we've got Daisy Green and Selena Appleton. Well, actually, Christy's on the podium now, isn't she?
Yeah, we should have been keeping an eye on that, I suppose. Yeah. So we've got... yes, I think that's correct. You're exactly correct. So she's guaranteed position on the podium, but I have a feeling she likes the colour of gold. Let's see how we go.
You take us through this one, Coops.
Yeah, this is the 12-metre line. This is the bogey pass. This is the big one. Current score from Zali Reeves is 4 at 12 metres. We've got Christy Appleton coming back. Can she get a start? Oh, that's a solid start. She really held on to a tight one there. She's around 2 ball, heading over to 3. She's going to get to 4 ball. Oh, is she going to get to 4 ball? Just dipped her shoulder a little bit too much. She's a little disappointed about that, so I think that is going to be a 2.5 at the 12-metre line. 3.5, sorry. No, possibly 2.5. I'm not sure. I'm going to wait for the score from the boat.
Getting excited there,
yes.
Coops. It's we'll wait for the score from the boat, but she got around 3 ball, I think, and maybe we're going to work out, the judge will be working out whether she got to the wakes or not for that full 3 balls. We've got the boat coming back to see if Chrissy's all right. That was quite a big crash.
It was a bit of a crash.
We want to make sure she's okay first before they get on to the next event.
She's good. She's good. I think that score is going to be 2.5. So our under-17 girls champion is going to be Zali Reeves from Queensland with a score of 4 at 12 metres. Congratulations, Zali Reeves.
1, 3 and 3.
So what an exciting final there in the under-17 girls slalom. We've got Zali Reeves coming out on top with a score of 4 at 12 metres. Christy Appleton in second place with a score of 3 at 12 metres. And in third place, we've got Daisy Green from Western Australia with a score of 1 at 12. So all of those girls needed a piece of 12 metres in order to put themselves on the podium. So congratulations to all of those 3 girls. Still waiting to hear from the tower with regards what our potential running order is going to be for the rest of the day. I think they're just concentrating on what we've got ahead of us at the moment, and we have got one more slalom division. So if you are a slalom junkie, we've got 6 slalom skiers left to go in this 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles. So 6 of our over 21 men's slalomers. And this one is sponsored by Holt Property Services. So if you need some property service, you need to get a hold of the Holt Property Services group, because they are fantastic at property services. And I'm pretty sure Andrew's got a little bit to do with that. Good on you, Andrew. He's been part of our Nationals 25 Nationals committee, organising committee, and he's done a great job organising sponsorship. Kicked the 10 himself a little bit. He said, I can kick the 10. That's what we need to do to make the world turn around. Alrighty, oh dear. That was trouble. I'd made a little bit of a late start to letting you guys know that we are into our over 21 slalom final. This is Ben Thomas from New South Wales on the water, and he's had a little bit of a smidge of a shocker. I'm not sure what's happened there. Almost looked like he's caught a tip of that ski when he's come off the wakes. Or maybe not even when he's come off the wakes. I'm wondering, that was a really funny looking little crash that he's had there. I'm disappointed for Ben because he was no doubt hoping to get a little bit further through that pass. And like water skiing does to you every now and again, it really does give you a slap in the face. I've had plenty of them over my day, and unfortunately for Ben, I think he got one there this morning as well. Sorry about that, mate. We would love to have a better start than that to our over 21 men's slalom, and that is sponsored by Holt Property Services. We have got 6 skiers in this over 21s, and I think in our last little bit of slalom it's going to make me do a tiny bit of mathematics because we are adding our opening round scores to our second round scores to find a winner here. Dion Butler is currently leading with 2.5 at 12. He's got a fair bit of fresh air there. We've got Lee Bray with 4 at 13, and then Dale Robinson with 1 at 13. Andrew Holt with 5.5 at 14. He'd love to get through that 14, I reckon, with a score of 5.5. And then we've got Jacob Hayland from Western Australia with a score of 4 at 14. Poor old Ben got slapped in the face and then was all the way over the other side of the lake, so he's got to swim back.
You remind me when he comes on, so I'll let you know first.
That sun disappears and it gets just a tiny bit chilly, I think, when the sun goes away. Alrighty, we have got confirmed from the boat Western Australian skier, our next skier, Jacob Hayland. And he's going to be starting at 55k 16 metre line. So we are in the over 21s. This is the last slalom round of this event. This is our last day of competition in this 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles. I think we've got about 5 skiers left to go. So Jacob Hayland from Western Australia. This is 55-16s what he's coming in. You can see that yellow bib. Really easy to see the Western Australians out on the water with that yellow bib. He's turning 2 ball nicely in around 3, heading over towards 4 ball, making pretty light work of this opening pass, I think, around 5 ball and coming home. So we've got one out of their opening pass, and that's going to make him feel good. He scored 4 at 14 in the first round, which isn't actually heaps. Like these 5 skiers here aren't a long way apart. So you never know whether he's gone in a little early. Maybe not. 4 at 14 with where he's starting is probably around about where he might be.
Alrighty, we got Jacob Hayland on the water here, coming back here for his second pass. This is going to be 58.16 now. I think that boat speed will have powered up another 3 kilometres, or he's really deep around 2 ball, but he held it together, so well done to him. And he's around 4 ball now, over to 5, and he's going to get through this pass, I think. Yes, he is. I think he gave himself a moment out of 2 ball, though. He gave me a moment. He was either going to survive it or he was going to be catapulted into the stratosphere, and you never want that. Just deep out of 2 ball, but held on to it. I'll be interested to see. From the side, it kind of looks worse, I think. I'd be interested to see from the boat view whether it looked like he was in trouble. Had a nice 1 ball there, looking good, and in control into 2 ball. And I think he turned deep out of 2 and held on to it. Well done. Back in control at 3 ball, and he's run through that pass, so he's going to be coming back at 14 metres now. We have got Dion Butler from Western Australia as our top seed. So Jacob being from Western Australia, he'll know what he's got to do, because I'm pretty sure he'll know where Dion's at. And so to make a play, there is only 6 competitors, and I'm pretty sure Ben Thomas has sort of put himself out of the game with that opening run. So there is 5 competitors left who are fighting it out for 3 medals. So everyone's maybe a chance. And Jacob's going to be having a go here. This is the 14-metre line he's coming back at. He got 4 in the first round. Can he get a little bit deeper than that? If you can get to 4, I reckon you can run it. So let's see if Jacob Hayland from Western Australia can run this 14-metre line. He's turned 1 ball and headed over to 2. He's looking in good shape at this stage of the game. Maybe down course a smidge. He's got a reasonable 3 ball, though. If he can turn 4, I reckon he's on it. Bit down course. He's going to need a solid 5, but he's a lefty, I think. Oh, he's turned tight at 5. Had some 5-ballitis. He tried to get himself in trouble there out of 5. Giving me flashbacks, actually, to my second round. Same thing. Was on time for 5. Turned tight and got folded a bit, but still just made it home to 6. Because he was on time so well. So early in the pass looking pretty good. He might have been a smidge down course and then sort of tried to throw it away at 5 ball, but he's breaking some new ground because he's run the 14-metre pass. So he's going to get a shot at 13. First skier in this division that's going to have a go. Let's have a look at this 5 ball here and see what happened. Yep, he got pulled over the front, but just held on to enough angle to sneak himself around 6 ball, and then he had to deal with a bunch of slack and get himself out of those exit gates, but he managed to do it. So that's a full completed pass at 14 metres. He's coming back at 13 metres, and our top 2, well, actually Dale Robinson only got 1 at 13. Lee Bray got 4 at 13, but the early part of that pass looked pretty good for Jacob. So I have a feeling he could get a little deeper here. I'm feeling maybe a bit of 3 or 4 ball at 13 metres for Jacob. We're about to see from Western Australia. We are going to have to do a little bit of calculating, so I've got my shoes off because these rounds are put together. All right, so he's turned 1 ball at 13. He's heading over to 2. He's turned 2 and not in bad shape, so he's on it, actually. He's turning 3 ball, a little bit of slack at 3, and that's pulled him back, but he's still got around 4 ball. That is a full 4 at 13 metres for Jacob Hayland, and he is our new leader for sure. So we've got 4 at 13 and 4 at 14 will be his combined score. So we'll need to subtract some balls off him as we go down the line. We'll do those calculations as we need them. But that is a pretty good combination score there. Now, next skier on the water, we have got a Queenslander, Andrew Holt. So he is he's sponsoring this event, Holt Property Services, and I'm pretty sure somebody told me that this was the last year that Andrew Holt had to ski in the over 21 men's division. So he's going to be moving up to the over 35 men's division next season. So this is liable to be the last 58K pass we see Andrew Holt do. Some guys hang on to 58K. They don't want to let it go. It's like their favourite teddy bear, their favourite blankie, and they want to keep running 58K. I don't think Andrew's one of those guys. I think he's looking forward to a little bit of 55 action. So Pretty sure he was having a shout out that this will be the last 58k, run that he's ever going to do. Let's see what he's got in store for us. Not even sure what he started at there. Let's see how he comes through the course. Andrew Holt from Queensland. It is a 16-metre line, so I have a feeling that it's going to be a 55-16. Pretty sure of that. He's around 4 ball in no shape, over to 5 ball, and he's around 6 ball. Oh, a little inside hand drag again. You've got to love that. We haven't seen too many of them this weekend. Little inside hand drag. So if you are watching the webcast, have a little peek at that cocky sort of action we've got from our Queenslander. Confirmed from the boat that was a 55k start for Andrew. Just looking through this replay of his pass. Looking on time as he walks down the pass in good shape. Punching through the wakes pretty nicely. Around 4 ball there, heading over to 5. And I'm interested in this inside hand drag. Oh, we've changed camera angles, but we can still see it. There it is. I think we need a couple of those. We definitely need Gary Pollux as well. There's going to be, maybe we should have a little montage board of inside hand drags for the 2025 Malibu National Titles. Just for the fun of it. Alrighty, 4 skiers to go. Andrew Holt is one of them, and he is on the water. First round, he scored 5.5 at 14, so he probably would have been happy to get through that. He's going to be coming back at 58.16. Let's see what Andrew Holt has got in store for us from Queensland. He's turned 1 ball pretty nice and heading over to 2. He's around 2, no problems at all. This pass is looking good so far. 3 balls, no worries. He's around 4, heading to 5. And he's going to turn 5 ball and come home. So no worries for Andrew Holt from Queensland. So he's going to get his shot at the 14-metre line. Current leader as a raw score we've got here is 4 at 13 metres from Jacob. So in the end, I can see pretty comfortably here that Andrew was 1.5 balls ahead of Jacob in round 1. So Andrew needs 2.5 to tie it up for the lead at 13. But he's not on 13 metres. This is 12. This is 14 metres.
Good morning, how you doing? Keep well? Did you find our other handles? Here we go. Yeah, no, it's all up and running.
All right, Andrew Holt from Queensland. He's having some of his last skiing at 58k by the sounds of things. This is a 14-metre line, though. He needs to get through this one, actually. Might have been a bit ahead of my game there, talking about scores at 13. He got 5.5 at 14 first round, so he's not a given to get through this 14-metre line, but we want to get him through this 14-metre line. How's he going to go? 58k, so it's flat out for any water skier in tournament water skiing. He's turned 2. He's a bit pulled away from him at 2 ball. He's still around 3, though. I think he's kind of in trouble. He's turned 4, not too bad. Is he going to get home? Needs a big 5. I kind of think he's got it. He's turned around, and did he even sneak a little inside hand drag to go out the door? I'm not sure, but he's through that pass. Alrighty, I'm hearing it back from the tower. They are liking a little bit more that the weather is looking a little bit more favourable for us, so we are going to move into trick. So we're going to stay with our original schedule, and we are going to be running the trick event first. That's going to be our open trickers, and then we are going to finish up with jump. You know, just by the feel of it, it does feel kind of not too bad weather-wise. Like this thing, if it could just hang out for a few more hours for us to get through it. Alrighty, we've got Andrew Holt on the water. Wouldn't he love a little bit of podium action in his final year of under 21 men's? I have half a feeling that Dion Butler is probably going to lock this event up. But we've got 2 other players there where, you know, I suppose Libre is a little bit of ahead of the game. He's got a few balls on him. But Dale Robinson and Andrew are pretty close there. So these guys are going to be fighting it out. And we've got Andrew through the 14-metre pass. Let's see what he can get at 13 metres now. 13-metre line, 58k for Andrew Holt. Oh, he's had a big one ball, a little bit too big. So that is going to be all she wrote. That is going to be a score of half at 13 metres for him. And I think that might just push him out because just with my calculations, Jacob Hayland is still holding on to the lead in this division. And we've got 3 of our top skiers left to go. All right, it looks like we've got a little pilgrimage down to the southern end of the lake. Isn't it nice? We all pilgrim down there to give Andrew. He's a great guy, friendly character, always got a smile on his face, always having fun. And that's why everyone's keen to go down and help him out of the water. I think he was excited to ski that 14-metre pass and get half at 13. So he's improved his score from round 1. So he's had 2 pretty good rounds, really. So I'm half expecting to see Andrew on the dance floor tonight. All right, moving right along, we've got 3 skiers left in this over 21 men's slalom final. This is the Holt Property Services slalom final. The last little bit of slalom skiing you're going to see for a few days at least, maybe a couple of months, depending on who you are and where you hang out at. But we have got Dale Robinson from South Australia. He skied 1 at 13 metres in the first round. So he's hoping that he can make it. And if he does a similar performance, I think 1 at 13's right on the cusp of where Jacob Hayland is going to be with a corrected score. Alrighty, Dale on the water here now from South Australia. Opening pass. Oh, he's got in trouble out of 2 ball. Can he drag it back together? I hope he can. He's turn 3. He had real trouble at 2, but he's back on track. So whew, we've had a filth moment, and he's... Oh, no. Unfortunately for him, I think that trouble at 2 ball rattled his cage a bit too much, and thought he had it back on track, and then had another moment at 5 ball that finished his day. So that's a disappointing start for Dale. Going to put him off the podium, I'm pretty sure there. So that 2 ball really rattled him, but he just held his angle into 3 so he could still turn it. He turned it narrow and down course, but actually turned it pretty nicely, so got himself back on track. So, and 4 ball being his onside turn, I'm pretty sure he grabbed a little bit of room back as well, came out of there pretty good. So I'm assuming across the wake series thinking, oh, thank goodness for that. And then not sure what happened here, just really lost his chest forward and a bit too tight and spat him out the front, and it was all over. So that's a shame for Dale Robinson from South Australia. All right, but I'm pretty sure that that secures a podium position for Jacob Hayland as we stand there. Now looking at that, with those 2 rounds combined. So we have got, I think we've still got Jacob Hayland in the lead in this over 21s division, and with Andrew Holt in second place, not far behind him really, but it's I'm pretty sure that is definitely a second place. Yeah, it's probably only by a ball, to tell you the truth, that Andrew Holt's in second place. If he had been able to get himself a little deeper through that 13-metre line. Anyway, we've still got 2 skiers on the water who we're half feeling might steal our 2 top positions. We have got Lee Bray from Victoria and then Dion Butler from Western Australia yet to ski. All right, we got Lee Bray about to be on the water here, and he is starting at a 14-metre line, but at 55k, so he's one speed down, but a couple of line lengths down. Likes to go in at 14 metres. Likes the shortness of that line, the swing of that line. Our second last slalom skier in this division. Let's see what he's got for us at 14 metres. From Victoria, Lee Bray. Nice turn at 1 ball. Waiting for 2 balls, so in good shape. He's around 3 ball, no problems at all. And heading over to 4. Nice turn at 4 ball, so just needs to turn 5 and come home. No problems there with him. So beautiful opening pass for him. That is 14 metres, 55k.
What happens if he does 50, does 55, 14, if he runs 55, if he doesn't run 58, go all the way back to 18.
Alrighty, just clearing up a couple of little rules myself there that I'm a bit hazy on, because not super familiar with shortening up 2 line lengths and lowering your speed, but it does put you under a smidge of pressure, because if he doesn't complete the 14 metre line at his top speed, which is this pass coming in, it does drag you all the way back to the 18 metre line. So it's a little bit of a gutsy move, but I'm sure he's pretty comfortable. And watching the way he ran that opening pass there at 14.55, I'm sure it's in his wheelhouse to get through this next pass. Have we seen our first shoey of the weekend? I love a little bit of shoey. We'll see that tonight, depending on who's the winner. We haven't talked about Benyon Shield yet. I don't know where we are. I'm assuming someone in that judges tower knows where we are. But anyway, we've got Lee Bray from Victoria on the water. He's coming back in at 14 metres, 58k. And we'd like to get him through this pass to put himself on the podium there. He's around 3 ball in good shape, heading over to 4. And he's heading to 5 ball. And he's going to turn around and get to 6, no problem. So there was no issues with starting at 14 metres. He's got himself through there. Good on you, Andrew. Well done, mate. You had a little heart starter there as well to get your morning going. Nice job. 9:30. Perfect. That's a true Queenslander. Alrighty, so I think that score there, a full pass at 14 metres, combined with his first pass, is going to push Lee Bray into the lead position in this under-21s division. Certainly, yeah, I'm positive of it, really. So let's see what he's got. This is 13 metres coming back, and I half have a feeling he might make a little bit of a play on this 13 metre line. He got 4 in round 1. What's Lee Bray got for us in round 2 here? He's turned 1 ball at 13 metres. He's around 2, maybe a smidge down course. He's going to turn 3 though. He's on it. He's heading over to 4. Can he get a good 4? I think he's got enough. If he can turn 5 ball, he's coming home out of 6. Yes, beautiful job for Lee Bray from Victoria. Pretty sure he'll be happy with that. He's got through a full pass now. Definitely taking our lead. Full pass at 13 metres. Added together with his score of 4 at 13 metres in round 1. I think he wants to put a little pressure on Dion Butler. So Dion Butler is 4.5. I'm going to write that down there. He is 4.5 balls ahead of Lee Bray in round 1. So he's got a 4.5 ball start, but he's just run 13. So that means his corrected score is 1.5 at 13 as it stands. But he's going to be coming back in at 12, and let's hope he can at least maybe get at least 2. But that pass looked pretty good. Maybe he can get a little deeper. Maybe he can put some pressure on Dion Butler from Western Australia for this over 21 men's slalom title. So we got a player here. I still think we've got Jacob Hayland is potentially going to be sitting on our podium for sure. Half feel like it's going to be a bronze position, but you can't. I'm not. He's got silver locked up at the moment, but we've still got our top seed to ski yet, Dion Butler. Anyway, we're going to see what Lee Bray is going to do to put some pressure on Dion Butler. So, how many balls can he get at 12 metres? Can he even get through it? Who knows? I'm not sure where he's up to. Let's see what he got. He's had a reasonable turn at 1 and over to 2. He's going to turn 2 and head to 3. I think he's going to get around 3, and he's going to try and get to 4. No, but that's a 3. That's a solid score. That is 3 at 12 metres. Definitely nothing to be sneezed at, and definitely our new leader. 3 at 12. So I feel with a 4.5 ball head start that then Dion Butler needs 4.5, if I'm not incorrect there. I think he needs 4.5 to tie it up, and 4.5 will actually win it. That's 4.5 at 13 is what he needs. That would tie it up, and then it would go to count back anyway. I don't think we have runoffs in this aggregate format. I think we just go back to we revert back. Well, actually, no, we don't revert back. I think it comes down to the second score, to tell you the truth. So, in actual fact, if he tied it up, if he got 4 at 13 and tied the score up, I think Lee would win because he had a superior score in the second round of 3 at 12. So, let's see how this is going to pan out for this over 21 men's slalom division. All right, final skier in this division from Western Australia is going to be Dion Butler. Not sure what speed and line length he's going out at, but let's have a little bit of a look and see what he's got in store for us. Looks to be 14 metres from here that I can see, and I half feel he might be in a similar boat starting out at 55k because he generally is a 55k skier. Skiing up in the... can ski over 35s. So it was 55k, 14 metres for Dion Butler. Got through that opening pass. Happy days. So he's going to try and get through now this 14 metre line at 58k. Yeah, so I think Dion had a bunch of kids skiing in this event and potentially couldn't afford to be here last weekend, so has decided to nominate himself in the over 21s. And what's that's meant to him is he's needed to go back and do a little bit of 58k training, because that's what you've got to ski if you ski in the over 21 men's division. You can nominate to ski in any of those over divisions, so he is over 21, so he can nominate in that division. I'm over 21, I can nominate in that division as well. Not that I'd ever be crazy enough to do it, because you've got to ski 58k, and I don't want to do that. But Dion Butler from Western Australia is going to do it. Not sure how old he is. But I'm sure he's over 35. Anyway, he's coming back into course now. Needs to run this 58.14 in order to push his score up through to that level. Otherwise, it gets dragged back fairly heavily. But he has turned 1 ball at 58.14, and he's looking on track so far. He's around 3 and over to 4 ball. Just going to need a 5 ball to bring himself home, and it'll be happy days, and I'm pretty sure he's got it. So he's skied out of that 58.14 pass, and he's pushed his way up to what I think is actually the lead pass. We half feel like he skied out of 13 metres in his opening round, and that would make him a very clear winner in this division. But by my calculations, he needs to get a piece of 5 ball at this next pass in order to win. You know, and Lee might be standing there having a little bit of a look, having a bit of a think. Probably is. He's in it to win it for sure, and he's put in a good performance on his second round with a score of 3 at 12. So he's put some pressure on. So Dion needs to get to at least 5 ball on this next pass to steal that win away. Big Johnny Weeks driving this boat in what is potentially going to be one of our last passes of slalom for this 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles. Gay Maroney in there, our boat judge. We've got a bunch of other judges scattered around towers, in front of monitors and all the rest. All right, Dion Butler here, coming back in 13-metre line. Needs a piece of 5 ball to win this event. What has he got for us? Needs a 1 ball as well. Not a bad looking 1 ball. Maybe he didn't get all of it. He's turned 2 ball, heading over to 3. He's turned 3 in not bad shape though, heading to 4. Oh, funny at 4 ball. He's going to turn 5 though. I think he's going to take the win and head over to 6 ball, and he is going to ski out of that 13-metre pass. So we've got a champion from Western Australia of Dion Butler in this over 21 men's slalom division. That's going to take the title. Now, he would probably like to ski just a ball or 2 more than Libre in order to cement his win. But that's the way it goes for the overs division. The scores are added together. And Dion had a 4.5 ball advantage from the first round. So let's see what he's got in store for us at 12 metres now. Alrighty, we've got Dion Butler from Western Australia coming back in. We think he is our over 21 men's champion, but can he just produce the top score? This is 12-metre line. He's turned 1 nicely at 12 metres. He's around 2 and into 3, so he's going to get around 3 ball. If he can get to 4, it's going to be definitive. Can he run the pass? Not sure he's going to get out of 4 ball, but that is a full 4 balls at 12 metres. So he is our clear winner, no matter what format you're looking at. 4 balls at the 12-metre line, 58K. And that is all she wrote for our slalom event in this 2025 Malibu National Waterski title. So just a quick recap there. In first position, we've got Dion Butler with a score of 4 at 12. In our second position, we've got Libre from Victoria. And in third position, I'm pretty sure we've got Jacob Hayland from Western Australia as well, with a score of 4 at 13 metres. Alrighty, so we're going to have a little course change. We're going to have a little break. And I believe we are coming back to the open women's tricks. We're going to see the open women and the open men's tricks. We've got a pretty big field there in both of those divisions. We've got 5 trickers in the open women. We've got Caitlin Dennis, Jada Sweeney, Elaine Maroney, Erica Hayes and Sadie Ferguson is in our top position at the minute. And the men's tricks in seated order, we have got Jacob Saddington, Joel O'Toole, Lockie Butland, Callan Ashcroft, Lucas Cornell, Patrick Crisp and Archie Davis is our top dog with a score of 8,870 points. So this is where we're heading.
All right, everyone. As Caitlin Dennis comes into the course, rope on toe, she's getting ready for her first run. She's wrapping up. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe reverse back to back, toe front, toe 5, or just falls.
All right, back here at the 2025 Australian Nationals. Joining me in commentary is Georgie Cooper.
Good morning, everybody. I think Caitlin's going to be a little disappointed with that, going in a bit earlier than expected. But she can back it up with a lovely hand run will be the plan.
Yeah, I reckon she can, Georgie. We've got a little bit of light rain falling at the moment, so we'll see if that affects her performance at all. Right, as you can see on your screens at home, we've got Gary Pollock behind the wheel of that Malibu TXI as it makes its way back into the Trid course. Caitlin Dennis will be now completing her hand pass.
She had a first round score of 3,440, so she's going to need a big hand run, hopefully stand it up to get something similar to that. Because I did watch her toes on the first round and they were looking pretty sweet, so...
All right, she's coming in for the wake sequence, the wake back-to-backs and the reverse. Now going into a wake front and the reverse, wake backs, or wake 5 front. She's going for the line, wake back. And that's looking like a pretty good hand pass for Caitlin Dennis. Maybe a little bit out of time at the end, but overall I think she'll be happy with that performance.
That was a lovely sequence, a good stand-up second run.
That rain's just starting to fall a little heavier now, but Caitlin Dennis, as we watched this replay, she was looking pretty comfortable on her second pass. A shame that she fell a little early on the toes, so that may affect her score, but overall I think she should be happy with that performance there.
So the rain's getting a little intense. Luckily, Luckily, we're only tricking. Haven't heard much from the boat if we're going to have a hold for the rain. I don't think we have much time today, so I have a feeling they're going to kick on. You need to like back me up.
All right, yeah, we're just waiting to confirm from the boat if they are coming back into course. It looks like we're going to an ad break, so yeah, we've got a rain delay, Georgie. How did Jada Sweeney perform in the first round? 3,550.
Wonderful. We don't have a skier's bio for her, so I'm not sure if that's PB territory. But we'll hope that she can improve on it this round.
Yeah, I think she may have a score behind her of up around 4,000 points, but 3,500, that's a decent score for the first round. This is the final, so it all counts today. We'll see what she can put out there once this rain stops. Alright, we've just had confirmation we are going to proceed. Next tricker on the water is Jada Sweeney of Victoria. I think she'll be opening with her toe pass. I'll get Georgie Cooper to take you through this one.
All right, we've got Jada Sweeney coming into the course. She is doing hands for her first pass. Starting with the wake line. Oh, that was beautiful. And going into the wake line series, wake line, back line, front line, back, and then the wake line front.
Yeah, she's
very
looking
nice. Stuffed her foot in the back and gone into some wake back-to-backs, straight into some surface back-to-backs, and then just doing the 4 wake 180s, I believe.
I think we might see a wake 5 here.
Yep, the 4 wake 180s to finish off, and some slides. That's a great stand-up pass for the final of the open women's trick.
Yeah, and looking very comfortable out there on the water, isn't she, Georgie?
Yeah, she looks great. Nerves didn't rattle her at all. The start was beautiful. That line series was wonderful. Hi. Want some Easter eggs? Well, those are like orange. That's like. Yeah, I don't know. What? Oh, don't get the orange ones. Oh, of course you can, yeah. No, he's not.
All right, Jada Sweeney back on the water. Rope on toe pass. This is her second pass. You got to remember with Trick, both of the passes are combined, so we'll look and see what score she can make of this Open Women's Trick Final. Starting off with a toe O, looking a little unsettled there. Into the toe back-to-backs and the reverse. Lovely toe wake back-to-back. Looks like a couple slides there and a back into another back. And stand-up pass there for Jada Sweeney.
I think that didn't go according to plan. I reckon her first trick was meant to be a toe 5 back, and if we watch on the replay, she kind of just slipped front on that second 180 turn, caught on the back of her ski and couldn't keep it going. She's done well to hold on, but I think in the spur of the moment, she's had to continue on with her run and make it a little bit different.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there, Georgie. She looked like she was going for the toe 5 back, but did well to maintain composure there on that trick ski. So I have a feeling we might see a similar score to the first round.
I think she's got to be pretty happy with that. That was all 2 stand-up runs. It's a great way to kick off the finals for the Open ladies.
And next skier on the water, we have Lane Moroney out of Victoria. So we'll see what mark she can put on this Open Women's Trick Final. All right, back to the action now. We've got Gary Pollock behind the wheel and Lane Moroney behind the boat. Looks like she's got Joel O'Toole there releasing for her. And we're going to be bringing her in on a rope on toe pass. Looks like she's wrapping up for a toe 5 back. Looking very comfortable on the ski there. And yep, great toe 5 back into the back-to-backs. Straight into that toe O wrap in. Into the toe wake O, toe line back, and the toe wake back-to-backs.
That was awesome skiing by Lane. She's such a smooth toe tricker. That looks really nice.
Yeah, Georgie, that was a great opening toe pass for Lane Moroney. Let's see what she can make of her hand pass next as we just watch the replay. So smooth and controlled on that ski. I don't think there'll be any troubles with credit there from the judges, but We'll see what the score is at the end. All right, we've had confirmation from Gary Pollock that Lane Moroney's returning for her hand pass. No positional tricks. So she'll be getting straight into the action here on that hand pass. She did have a first round score of 4,950, so that's quite a high score. That puts her in the 3rd position, so she'll be wanting to improve that score a little bit and make it a little bit higher for the final. All right, Lane Moroney back on the water for her hand pass. Let's see what she has in store for us. Looks like she's wrapping up for a wake line O. And she is straight into the wake line back, wake line front, coming up. Performed beautifully. Into the wake sequence, the wake back to back and the reverse, surface back to backs, wake back, oh, wake 5 front, beautiful, and wake 5 back. That was a beautiful pass and throws the fist there. Georgie, what do you think of that?
That was beautiful skiing by Lane. She was smooth. There was no hiccups in either of those passes. Looking very comfortable out there. I think she'll be happy with that score once we get it back from the judges. We do have a score for Caitlin Dennis, 2,070. So that's it's definitely not as well as her first round. I think she'll be a little disappointed because she has a lot more potential, but you know, the early fall in the toe pass, that's what it cost you.
And another lovely day out here at Stoney Park for the final day of the Australian Nationals. We had a little bit of rain before, but the sun is definitely shining now. And who have we got next, Georgie? We've got Erica Hayes out of New South Wales. First round score of 5,290 points. That's a whopping score. So we'll see what she can do. I know that she does a couple flips in her run, so tune in because it'll be exciting.
The conditions have definitely been on point for both the overs and unders. We've been hanging around for a while now, and we've had good weather, good conditions the whole time. So thank you to the Stoney family for providing us with this beautiful sight.
All right, Erica Hayes looks like she's starting with a rope on toe pass, just warming up with a few backs. Looks like she's wrapping up here. Toe 5 back, straight into the toe wake back to back. Toe wake front, into the toe back to backs. Looking very comfortable on that ski. She's going to wrap in. Toe wake O. Will we see a line trick? Toe line back. That was a beautiful toe pass there for Erica Hayes.
That was a very speedy pass. I think she'll be very happy with that. It's not over yet. She's got to back it up with a good hand pass, especially in these open ladies trick. There's going to be some good scores thrown out by the next few skiers. So she's done half the work, but she needs to get another pass under her belt.
Yeah, we'll just watch that replay on the screen. You can see how comfortable she was, how centre on the ski she was. She was just looking fantastic out there.
That
So
540
smooth.
straight back into the Toho was super quick, super fast sequence for her. And then to go in with a lovely toe line step over, very clean, awesome high scoring trick. She'll be happy to stand that one up.
Yeah, big points there to the end of that run. So let's see if she can back it up with a as good of hand pass. And we've just had another score come through. Jada Sweeney with a 3,770 point run. It's a decent score, puts her above Caitlin Dennis there. But not sure if it'll be enough to match Lane Moroney and Erica Hayes out on the water right now. But Erica Hayes is coming back for a hand pass. Gary Pollock behind the wheel. Let's see what she can do. Couple wake jumps, just getting warmed up for the pass. Okay, here we go. Jumping the wake to get comfortable. There we see the backflip and the reverse. Little slide in there. Wake back to backs, and the reverse. Surface back to backs. Wake 5 front looking clean, and the reverse. And a quick wake O there. All wake line back. Not sure that will be in credit, Georgie. She just got tangled
Yeah.
up in the rope a little bit
I
there.
think she just missed the line on that ski line back, but that's okay because everything else looked very clean. Her wake 5s were beautiful. She was nice and speedy, and to start with those 2 flips, very high scoring points under her belt straight away that she'll definitely be getting. So I think she should be happy. Our first flips, but definitely not our last, with Sadie as our next skier from Queensland. I definitely know she's going to have a few in her run.
Yeah, and Georgie, we'll see how Sadie goes, but Erica just missing that wake line back might mean that the score... And we've just had a look at the scores, and Jada Sweeney's 3,770 point score has just been put under review, so we'll have to wait and see, but that score might be bumped up or bumped down.
All right, we have Sadie Ferguson coming back into the course, opting with the toe pass to start with. She's got Ryan Green in the boat as her releaser. I know she does a bit of skiing. Looks like she's wrapped up to start with the toe 7. And that is what she's done. She started with the toe 7, gone into a toe 5 back, straight into the toe wake back to back, and the reverse, into the surface back to backs, and a toe 5 front. That was very nice. Toe wrap out and straight back in for the toe wake O. And we've got a toe wake line O. That's a very high scoring trick. And the toe wake line back, and front again with a fall.
Just falling there at the end, but that was an awesome toe pass there. Definitely the highest scoring toe pass we've seen all day. I know she's been training up at Waterski the last couple of months, so clearly that's been
Watching
helping
that
her
replay,
skiing.
she looks super comfortable, super smooth. She's going to have to back this up with a good hand pass because Erica definitely threw out a very high score skiing before. But with that toe run, she's looking on track to do so. All right, Ethan, we've just been informed that Sadie, the Open Slalom champion and the Open Jump champion, if she wins
Well,
trick...
not yet, Georgie. Don't get ahead of yourself. She hasn't won jump yet. That's this afternoon.
Sorry, team. Wrong information.
That's a big call, Georgie. But Sadie Ferguson, if she wins trick and jump this afternoon, she will be in the position for the gold Oscar. Gold in all 3 events. And that is a huge achievement at the Australian Nationals. So, can't even remember the last time that has been performed, Georgie. Alright, she's just going to go back down the other end of the lake and spin in and come back into course. Gary Pollock behind the wheel of that Malibu TXI. The 3,770 point run of Jada Sweeney has been confirmed.
I think she'll be happy with that because that was an improvement from the first round. We've also just gotten Lane's score back of 5,140, putting her into the lead. That's a very big score for Erica and Sadie to both chase.
All right, Sadie Ferguson, here we go. She's going for the gold Oscar now. Let's see what she can make of this hand pass. She's getting pumped up behind that boat. Coming in, she's got a ski line back. Into the wake 5s. And the reverse, going for the wake 5 back. She's going straight into the flips. That boat just being bumped up in speed a little bit. Come on, Sadie Ferguson. Oh, and she goes down. Oh, she's holding on. Stand up, Sadie. Oh, and just drops that line. That's going to be very close. We've got a very good competition on our hands, Georgie.
That was a detrimental trick for Sadie to get. We'll wait on the judges. We'll wait on the judges' score. But for now, I think Sadie and both Erica is going to be watching those live scores pretty close. Those 3 wake 5s by Sadie, so clean, so quick. She'll be very happy with that.
And as you look at the replay, she just hit that gate ball on the cut-in for the reverse flip, but she didn't want to let go. Just having to let go in the end as she was getting dragged down the lake, but that's still
Hi,
a good
Emma.
run for
Hi,
Sadie
Izzy.
Ferguson. So, and Georgie, we are moving straight into Open Men's Trick. We haven't crowned our winner of the Open Women's yet, but I'm sure we will soon. We're still waiting on a score from Erica Hayes. All right, and the always happy Jack Sutherland, he's behind the wheel of the Malibu TXI for the Open Men's Trick. One of the best trick drivers, driving the under-17 boys final the other day. Oh, and we've just had word. The cheese platters are down to $15. Perfect for lunch. That's lunch sorted there. So go into the canteen, grab your cheese platters. And here we go, Jacob Saddington straight into it. Ski line back, and the wake back-to-backs looking a little untidy there. Here we go, straight into the flip sequence. What can he do? He's got the regular backflip and the reverse. Coming in for the back to front. Nails that one shut. Here we go. And the back landing. Back landing being his cleanest flip there. And a stand-up first pass for Jacob Saddington.
Going back to the Open Women's Trick, we have got a score in for Erica Hayes of 5,550, which has put her in the lead, and we'll be waiting on Sadie's score from the judges to see who has going to be crowned the Open Women Trick Champion.
All right, and as we look back to the replay of Jacob Saddington, he just looked a little untidy on those first couple of tricks, maybe a little bit unsettled, a bit nervous, but as he moves into the flips, he was looking on form. All right, and brother Corey Saddington in the boat. He's getting ready to bring Jacob back in for that rope on toe pass. All right, here we go. Jack Sutherland getting ready to bring that boat into course. We've got Jacob Saddington, rope on toe pass coming up. Let's see what he can do here. Hello to all of our spectators on that opposite side of the lake. Give us a wave if you can hear us. All right, back to the action. We've got Jacob Saddington, rope on toe pass. Starting with a toe 5 back. Looking very comfortable on that ski. Into the toe back-to-backs and the reverse. Now going for the toe 5 wrap in. Looking a little untidy there, but toe O wrap in. Straight into the toe O out. Toe wake. Line back.
That was awesome skiing by Jacob. I think you'll be stoked with that.
All right, next tricker on the water, we got Joel O'Toole. Bit of a low score for Joel in the first round of 3,650. And do we have confirmation? Sadie Ferguson from Queensland is your national trick champion. It's not over yet. She's still got the jump event to win this afternoon, but a score of 5,770 for Sadie Ferguson. Put your hands together. All right, but back to the action. We've got Joel O'Toole, New South Wales, wanting to improve on his first round score.
Looks like he's coming in with a toe pass for his first one. Wrapping up to what looks to be, I'm going to say, a toe 5 back to start with. And that is, it's a toe 5 back to start with, straight into the toe back-to-backs and the reverse, the surface back-to-backs, into the toe 5 front, lovely tricking toe O out, toe O back in, toe wake-o, looking very smooth, very clean, a toe line wake-o, and just going down a little early. I reckon he would have wanted to get that trick under his belt, but he'll try and back it up with a good hand pass.
Yeah, maybe just a little disappointed there at the end of that pass. Got those bright yellow gloves on. You can see him from a mile away. But Joel O'Toole going down. at the end of that toe pass. Nailed that reverse toe wake back to back. That's a trick we haven't seen performed yet today. Just looking so comfortable on that water ski. And yeah, just sliding out the back there on that toe wake line O. Just swapping skis out there from one ski to the next, and he'll be coming back with his hand pass. Looks like Jack Sutherland just had the boat pointing the wrong way there, but it's alright. He's been in the boat a lot this weekend, so we'll let it slide a little bit. Now we do have to remember, in the open men's division, we've got the overall race to think about with Archie Davis and Lucas Cornell at the top. Lucas Cornell's trick score a little bit down yesterday in the prelims, so we'll see what happens today, whether Lucas Cornell can put out a big score to set the pace for Archie. And if Lucas can put a big trick score out there, then he will be in contention for the overall title as well. Joel O'Toole just coming through. He's got a positional wake back for the second pass. So he'll be setting up strong there. Not sure how many flips we'll see here from Joel. Okay, Joel O'Toole, New South Wales, here we go. Hand pass as he approaches the trick course. He's got a ski line back to back. And the ski line back coming straight into the flips. What are we going to see? Oh, and just going down. Joel O'Toole, that's devastation there for New South Wales. Going down on the backflip to the back. Where'd he go? Oh. Okay, as we move through this open men trick final, we've got Lockie Butlin on the water next with a trick score of 5,320 in the first round. That's a cracking score for Lockie Butlin. Looks like he's got his toe ski on, just missing that rear toe plate. So we'll see him doing toe tricks on this first pass. Okay, Lockie Butlin coming into course. Jack Sutherland behind the wheel. He's doing toes for his first pass as Jack Sutherland reports he is going past the green ball. Lockie Butland wrapping up here. What are we going to see, Georgie? I think we're going to see a toe 5 back.
All right, he is. He's starting with the toe 5 back, holding that toe wrap position and going into the toe wake back to back. Toe wake front, and then toe back, into the toe back to backs.
Looking very
and the
controlled
toe
out there.
180s. Scoring some extra points, toe slides to finish off, and I think he'll be happy with the stand-up run there. Oh, going for the toe O, and he stood it up. And the toe Waco holding that very good. He might be a little tight on
going
time,
down.
but
Toe wake line back, but I think that'll be out of time anyway, Georgie. He was very composed, but when you're composed, you just lose that extra little bit of time, don't you, Georgie? Okay, Lockie Butland, he's just swapping over his ski. As you just saw that replay up on your screen, he was looking very nice on that toe pass. But we're going to see him come back for his hand pass.
Down a K, yep, down 5 clicks.
So you want to go down after the 6 flip. 5 clicks.
Okay, we're going to bring Lockie Butland back for his second pass. Quite the impressive score. We're going back to the open women's trick of Sadie Ferguson. 5,770. That's an awesome score there for her. But Jacob Saddington, the score is through 5,060 for Jacob Saddington of Victoria. But we're bringing Lockie Butland back into course. He's got a positional back for his first trick. Let's see what he can do. I think he starts off with the flips here. So let's see what he's got in store for us today. New South Wales get behind him. Here we go. Lockie Butland. Looking like he's going to start off with a mobe. There we go. Nails that one. And going for the reverse. He just... Oh, bit sketchy on the landing. For the reverse flip and the normal flip. Here we go. What's he got left? Back landing. And a back to front flip. Now into the wake tricks. He's got a wake back. A ski line back to back. And looks like he's a little disappointed there. He knows he's left it out there a little bit. Maybe just that last wake trick out of time took a little bit too much out of the second mobe, but overall a good performance there from Lockie Butland of New South Wales. Okay, so now next on the water we have Callan Ashcroft out of New South Wales. He is the world, what is he, Hayden? The world freestyle jump champion, crowned a couple weeks ago in Mulwala. So let's see, hopefully his skills on the freestyle jump will assist him in his trick skiing. He looks like he's got springs for legs out there on the water. Let's see, looks like he's opening with a hand pass. Callan Ashcroft. Let's see what he can do. Beautiful day out here at Stoney Park as Callan Ashcroft. First mode nails that one. And the second, beautiful. Oh, he's coming in for the half jack. Oh, just missing the pop on the wake. And he looks like he's a little disappointed there. Yeah, looks like he just got a little... As we watch the replay, his first mobs were so nice. Landing clean on the other side of the wake. That Malibu TXI, perfect trick wake. Going straight into the half jack, but just missing that kick on the wake. He kind of slid out on the ski a little bit. So I'm assuming he'll be a little bit disappointed with that one. Not sure what he'll do. This is strategy here. Will he go for the hand pass again or the toe pass? Looks like he's keeping everything the same, so maybe going for the hand pass for a second time.
He'll definitely be a little disappointed with that. I know watching yesterday in his prelim, he had a lot more high-scoring hand tricks to come in that run. So, like Ethan said, I think he's going to come back on hands again and try and do a couple front flips and some ski lines. We'll see how he goes.
Alright, and Greg Lucan, if you're listening, Callan Ashcroft is using his hippocampus to decide whether to go toes or hands on this second pass. But here we go, Callan Ashcroft, New South Wales. He's going for the same pass again. Let's see what he can do. Warming up with a couple wake jumps. Coming in for the flip to the back. Oh, nearly going down again. And the reverse. What's he got for us now? Beautiful front flip. Easy on the landing. And the reverse. What's he got for us now? Oh, ski line O just going down. And overall, not a very nice trick run for Callan Ashcroft. He did his best to make the most of that run, but just looking very unsettled there. As you can see, we switch to the replay. Just landing a little unsettled on that backflip to the back. Maybe moving a little bit fast as he sinks the front of the ski in. From there, he seemed to settle into his groove a little more. Nailing those two front flips shut. Look at the height behind that wake. That is just beautiful out there. And then just going down there as he goes for the ski line O.
I think he'll be a little disappointed with that, and looking at the skiers to come, I don't know if it's going to be enough to score him a podium spot in the open men's trick. So to come now, we have Lucas Cornell from Queensland, Patrick Crisp from Victoria, and Archie Davis from ACT.
All right, the one and only Lucas Cornell. And this is where the overall title comes into play. Lucas has got to put out a big score today to chase Archie Davis's overall hopes. But Lucas Cornell, we know he can do it. He did it in the slalom event yesterday with a score of 3 on the 10.25 metre line. But let's see if he can transfer that to his tricking abilities. He's got Pete Cornell, his dad, in the boat. He's familiar to this pressure, but Lucas Cornell, we've got the tow pass coming up. He's warming up with a couple wake jumps, which is a... What have we got here? He's wrapping up straight into it. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and the reverse into the back to backs, going for the toe 5 front and wrapping straight back in. He's just missed the line a little bit there, but the toe wake line back, turning front, wake back, toe wake line back to back. Lucas Cornell, steady Lucas, steady. Oh, and just being released at the end of that toe pass. I think he got a little bit excited there. He was pretty happy there. But Lucas Cornell, as we watch this replay, the start of this pass was immaculate. Just not putting a foot wrong as he moves through these wake tricks. He's no stranger to this trick final, winning last year. He's the defending Australian Open men's trick winner, so he's got a little bit of pressure behind him, but I think he can do it today. And we can see here he just went for that toe wake line back to back and nailed it, turning front, turning back, and he tried to go front again and just fell off there. Look, Pete Cornell doing a great job releasing him in the boat, making sure he doesn't have any broken ankles, but we'll see what he can do now. Coming back in for the hand passes, he swaps over to that KD hand ski. We'll just take a moment to have a look at that Malibu TXI down there. Thanking our Malibu Boats Australia sponsor. Their support is definitely recognised at this Australian National Championships.
We've just gotten the score back for Joel O'Toole. He got 2,620, so he'll definitely be disappointed with that. He did a bit better in the prelim, so I think he would have been hoping for a little bit more, but anything can happen in the final. It all comes down to one round, so he can't be too hard on himself.
Lucas Cornell doing some wake jumps just to warm up. We know he's got a killer hand pass coming up for us. He's got those bright orange and pink boardies on. You can see him from a mile away, so let's see what he can do out here today.
We've also just gotten Lockie Butland's trick score of 5,930. So that's a very high score put up there. A lot of pressure put on the skiers to come. It's so far put him in the lead, but we'll see what Lucas Cornell will do coming back with his hand run.
Lucas Cornell, let's see what he can do. Get behind him, Queensland. Will him through all of these flips. He's turning back. He's got a back-to-back mobe and the reverse, nailing it. Going into the regular backflip sequence. Oh, he's gone for the back landing and the reverse back landing. What does he have now? He's nailed the back to front. Into the ski line trick, ski line O. Ski line back-to-back. Come on, Lucas. Ski line back. Oh, he's pumped with that one. Get behind him, Queensland. Put your hands together. That was a beautiful hand pass. We'll have to wait and see what the score is, but if we switch to this replay, look how comfortable he was. Very close to the wake on those flips, but cased the wake a little bit. Didn't seem to phase him though. Just so clean through this flip sequence. Looks like he's done it 1,000 times before, not putting a foot wrong. And lands so clean on that back to front. Going straight into the ski line O. Haven't seen him do that before actually. And then into the ski line back to back. Straight over the wake, says shouldn't be any dramas there. And then the ski line back, finishing with a couple back to backs. And a slide it looks like in the end, but I have a feeling that'll be up around the 8,000 point mark. All right, we have Pat Crisp on the water next. He scored a whopping 8,350 in the preliminary round. But we'll see what he's going to start with, toes or hands. I think he's going to start with toes. That's what he did yesterday. Okay, Jack Sutherland there, looking pretty determined. Green ball, he announces. Here we go. Pat Crispy's coming in with the toe pass. Open men's trick final here at the Australian National Championships. Getting down low there. He's looking pretty good as he comes in. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and the reverse. Looking comfortable. Losing the line a little bit there, but straight into the toe wake O. A quick toe slide. He came a little unsettled there. Toe wake line back to back, and the toe wake line O. Oh, he's happy with that one, but just looked a little bit sketchy there at the end of that run. He looks pretty happy with that though, as he comes back in for his hand pass next. All right, Pat Crisp, Victoria. He's coming back for his hand pass. It looks a little gloomy out there. We might see a bit of rain. Bit of a tailwind, honestly, for this jump event coming up. But we're not worried about that at this time. We're worried about Pat Crisp, who's on his hand pass. Know he has a couple fronties in there. Let's see if he can nail them today. Put a big score out yet again. Jack Sutherland doing a great job keeping that boat straight. All right, Pat Crisp, let's see what he can do. I think he'll start off with a couple mobs. Maybe just one, but here we go. Looking perfect on that first one. Landing a little bit wide. And the second, he's going for the big points today. Backflip to the back and the reverse. Nailing them both. Big front flip from Pat Crisp. And just the regular backflip. Ski line back. Ski line back to back just on the top of the wake there. He is stoked with that. Throws that handle down. And put your hands together. Pat Crisp, Victoria. 2 perfect stand-up trick passes. Here we go. We have Archie Davis out of ACT putting out the best score in the first round. All right, first round score for Archie Davis up near that 9,000 point mark, 8,870. He looks like he's going to be starting with that tow pass. Looks like he's got Trent in the boat, releasing for him. Good performance in the slalom event for Trent yesterday, but we are focused on Archie Davis currently for this tow pass. Let's see what he can do. Tow 7 and into the tow 5 back. Toe wake back to back. Not going for the reverse though. Coming in for the toe O wrap in. He's going to go for the toe wake O. Oh, and Archie Davis, devastation going down there. He's signaled to the boat that he is okay, but let's have a look at that replay and see what went wrong. He just looked a little unsettled from the start, didn't he? But here we go. We're just looking at the replay on our screen. Choosing not to go for the toe wake back-to-back reverse as he comes in for the toe back-to-backs. Wrapping up for the toe 5 to the front and straight into the toe wake O. This is where he went unstuck. See, he just landed on the top of the wake and then unsettled there as he landed. But Archie Davis, he's going to have a huge hand pass for us. Let's get behind him. New South Wales ACT, where are you?
We've got a score for Callan Ashcroft of 4,850, which means Lockie Butlin is still in the lead for now, but we're just going to wait for Lucas's score.
And here we go. We've got a beautiful score from Lucas Cornell. 8,530. Put your hands together, Queensland, for your own Lucas Cornell. So he's shot himself into the lead now as we wait for Patrick Crisp and Archie Davis's scores. I'm not sure if that'll be enough for Lucas Cornell. Patrick Crisp with 2 stand-up passes there. But we're just focused on Archie Davis right now. He's going to come in for a huge hand pass. Ronix Radar Australia athlete, so he'll be repping those radar skis out there today. Jack Sutherland behind the wheel, just spinning that boat into course.
Very good driver, Jack. It's new, young, fresh blood behind the wheel.
All right, here we go. Archie Davis warming up with some wake jumps. That Malibu TXI's wake's just perfect for Trick. Let's see what he can do here. Think he'll be starting opening with the Mobes. Archie Davis, he's got the first Mobe. He's nailed that one. Just going for the normal back to front flip there and the normal back flip and the reverse. He's going for speed over big point Tricks. Archie Davis into the line Tricks. He's got the wake line O. The wake line back to back. Oh, going for the wake line 5 back to and just falling there. Archie Davis. I don't think that's going to be enough there for him today. If you look here, he just had a couple of flips that were less scoring points than what we saw from Pat Crisp and Lucas Cornell, but he was moving quickly and efficiently through them.
So what do you reckon, Ethan? Do you think that's going to be enough to take out Lucas's score of 8,530?
Georgie, I reckon we're looking at a Victorian win here. I reckon Pat Crisp has nailed it. I think he's got it in the bag. Lucas Cornell, though, with that big score, up in the 8,500 points.
We're just waiting on confirmation for the judges for Patrick's score. It shouldn't be too much longer.
Yeah, just devastation there for Archie Davis.
Red's out. Yeah. In the rain. Yeah. Exactly. You right, Mitch?
On the 2 coming up for him. Right, as the boat comes past, we're just waiting for the score for the first jump for Mitch Bray.
Mitch's first jump, 31.4, so pretty good opener for him.
Yeah, looking real comfortable out there. I reckon he's got more in the tank as well, Billy.
Yeah, it looks like that rain's faded off, so hopefully Mitch can put out a bigger score for the other boys to chase.
I reckon a bit of a harder cut into the ramp, and we'll be seeing a mid-30s jump from young Mitch Bray. But Shane Coulter behind the wheel of that Malibu TXI. Got to thank Malibu Australia for their support in the national titles event. But Shane's bringing that boat back into course, and Mitch Bray is following. He's coming for a 3/4 here. Looking nice cut out onto the right side of that Malibu TXI. Looks like he's a little bit later here. He's cutting hard. Beautiful on that jump ramp. That's another perfect jump for Mitch Bray. Looks like he's left a little bit out there, but can't complain with some safe jumping there from Mitch Bray.
Yeah, definitely looked a bit further on that one. He seemed a little bit excited as he popped up, so hopefully it's a bit further for him. Another 31.1 there for Mitch.
Yeah, just a little bit down on that first jump, so he's dialed it back a little bit maybe, but it's not what he wants to do here. He wants to send it big. Unsure of his PB, but I reckon by the way he's jumping, it's around that mark. All right, Mitch Bray coming into course, jump number 3. I reckon we'll see maybe a 33-metre jump here from Mitch Bray. I reckon he can push it a little further. Lifting that right-hand ski up, trying to get as wide as he can. Got Team Victoria supporting him down there. Come on, Mitch. Cutting hard. Another good jump, just, I think that's a little bit further, Billy.
Yeah, maybe a fraction further. He still looked like he missed his kick there a bit.
Yeah, missed his kick just a tad there on the jump ramp. Looked like those skis were flapping a little bit up and down, but that's a good jump set for Mitch Bray. I think he'd be happy with the way that he skied this Nationals. Just waiting for that final jump distance to come through as he cuts in. Go give him some love, Victoria. He deserves it.
That was Mitch's furthest jump with 31.7, so he improved on that final jump.
31.7, Mitch. Good skiing, buddy. So a 31.7, that gives the boys after him a score to chase. Next on the water we have Dylan Wright, Queensland's own. Let's get behind him, Queensland. Where are ya? As Victoria claps in, Mitch Bray. Good skiing out there. That's his nationals for 2025 over.
Bryce Smith walking past the commentary.
He's just eyeing off that jump ramp, looking for where he's going to cut in later. I reckon we've got a good competition on our hands here, Billy.
Yeah, Dylan Wright coming into the course here as that Malibu comes up to 51 Ks.
So 51k is the boat speed, but you got to remember these boys will be hitting the jump ramp at a lot faster than 51 Ks.
Yeah, Dylan's our slalom champion. Let's see what he can put out on that jump.
If he uses his strength like he did yesterday in slalom, he'll be booting some big ones today. But Dylan Wright, eyes to the water, got that Queensland bib on. Here we go, jump number 1. Beautiful off that jump ramp. A little bit on his heels, but it's a good first jump for Dylan Wright. Put your hands together. As you just watch this replay from Dylan Wright, we're still waiting on the score, but beautiful jump there, nice and safe from Dylan Wright.
Dylan takes the lead with that first jump of 32 flat. Let's hope he can improve off that.
Yeah, nice jumping from Dylan. Looking good on those red Goodman skis, matching the Queensland vibe. He's got the Queensland bib and the Queensland skis. All right, Dylan Wright. Let's see what he can put out there for us. Jump number 2. He'll be leaving this one a little bit later, I hope. Trying to lay it all down out there on the water. Lifting that right ski up. He's prepared. Come on, Queensland, get behind him. Push him as far as he can. Oh, and that's another good jump. Little bit heavy on the landing, but Billy, what do you think of that?
Yeah, definitely a bit further. He brought it down there a bit, so he should be happy with that one.
All right, give him a wave as he comes past. Scotty Reeves down there on the bank, giving him some pointers. But Dylan Wright, we're waiting for the score. He's already in the lead, but he'll want to extend that lead a little bit further.
The cracking second jump there from Dylan, 33.4.
33.4, 1.4 meters more than his first jump. So I reckon we can squeeze a little bit more out of him there, Billy.
Yeah, definitely needs to bring it down a bit more and get his kick off the top of the ramp.
I think his PB's up around that 35 meter mark, maybe 34. But Marty Wright, if you're around, let us know what his PB is. Dylan Wright coming into course. Jump number 3. His PB is 37 meters. We've just been informed by Dad. So here we go. Get behind him, Queensland. Wheel him over this jump ramp.
Come on,
I reckon we're going to see a big one. He's cutting hard. Dylan Wright, he was early on that corner, but that's a beautiful jump there. Put your hands together. A successful Nationals for Dylan Wright. And we're just having a look at his skiers bio. He's got a dad joke here for us. So if you want to laugh on your Monday morning, do you want to hear a pizza joke? Never mind, it's too cheesy. So Dylan Wright, he's got a bit of sense of humour about him, but clap him in, guys. Queensland, get around him. He's had an awesome Nationals. Into 10.7 yesterday. Still waiting on that jump distance. 33.3. So his longest of the day is his second jump, 33.4. But a beautiful jumping set from Dylan Wright. Next on the water, we have big Oscar McNamara out of Victoria. Had a bit of a disappointing slalom final yesterday, but he's going to want to make up for it in the jump event. These boys are going to be cutting hard into that ramp, leaving it all out there. So let's get behind them and support them. Will them every metre they can go. Oscar McNamara on the water next. Skis out at Bridgewater, where the recent Aussie Kiwi titles were. All right, here we go. That boat coming up to 51 k's an hour. Oscar McNamara, I reckon he's going to put a big distance out here today. He's fired up. Look at him coming into course. 51k an hour. Lifting that right ski. Just getting wide on that Malibu TXI. Leaning out. Limiting the slack rope as he turns in for the jump ramp. He's a bit early, but beautiful jump there for the first jump. I reckon that's about 34, 35 metres, Billy.
Yeah, he didn't look like he was comfortable on his counter cut there, and he was very early on the ramp. So hopefully he can bring it down and get a bit wider on the boat.
Billy, I reckon you've told every jumper so far to bring it down. So I think you're just wanting to see some big distances today, aren't you? As
yeah,
everyone is.
I want to see these boys have a crack. It's the under-17s final. Come on, boys.
All right, Oscar McNamara. Jump distance. What is it, Billy? I can't read it. My eyes aren't very good, but 33.9. He shot himself into the lead. Put your hands together, Victoria. I reckon we can go further, Oscar McNamara.
This under-17 boys group, it's always like, oh, they get crazy, they're big. The only one's been crazy is Min. And it wasn't even that crazy.
We've, as we get down further on the running order, Nate Pigden and Bryce Smith, Fletcher Green, the top three. Nate Pigden saying earlier that he'll do anything to beat Bryce Smith, big Bryce Smith. But here we go. Oscar McNamara, he's focused on winning right now. Let's see what he can do. That's a hard cut into the base. And, oh, beautiful jump there. That's further again. Put your hands together. That's a beautiful jump there from Oscar McNamara.
Yeah, it looked about 35, that one, I'm going to say.
I reckon even up near that 36 metre mark, Billy. It was a pretty good jump. He was very late onto that jump ramp. He brought it down, like you said. But looking at that replay, just beautiful carry of the handle through the air. and he's just looking amazing out there.
Cracking jump of 36.8 for Oscar there.
What did I tell you, Billy? 36.8. He's taking notes from his spotter down there on the bank. Do you reckon he can go further again, Billy?
Definitely, I reckon he can definitely bring it down. He still looked a fraction early on that ramp. So hopefully he can bring it down half a metre or a metre.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Billy. They can always bring it down a little bit further. Just makes them cut harder. But Oscar, here we go. Jump number 3. He's getting those legs warmed up. I reckon he's left this one a little bit later again.
He's definitely brought it down off the 500 there.
Here we go, Oscar McNamara. Get behind him. Oh, a bit back on his heels. I reckon 36.8 is going to be his longest. But put your hands together. A successful jump set from Oscar McNamara.
$35.5 for that last jump for Oscar. Get down to the bank, Victoria. Clap your skier in.
No, you can. All right, we've got the big dog, Callum O'Connor, out of Carolee, Brisbane. Queensland, where are ya? Get behind your own. All right, he'll be coming in at 51K as well. We are sitting here with Hayden Bickerton, the under-21 men jump champion. I think he'll be joining me in commentary later because Billy can't watch Bryce jump. But Callum O'Connor, let's just focus on him at the moment. He'll be wanting to put a big one. He did tell me earlier he is thinking that he is going to go 40.3 metres is his prediction. So let's see what he can do today. Shane Coulter getting ready to bring that boat up to 51Ks. He's got Scotty Reeves down on the bank ready to spot him, picking apart his jumping performance. All right, Callum O'Connor. Let's see what he can do here today. Conditions just perfect out here at Stoney Park, so no reason he shouldn't be jumping his best. He's left this one late on the first, far out. Come on, Callum, getting wide. Come on, Queensland, where are you? Get behind him. Into the base, he's late. Oh, that's a beautiful jump, number 1. He's already gone further. You can see it on the water. Put your hands together, Callum O'Connor.
That was a cracking first jump for Callum there.
You just watch the replay. Look how late he was, Billy. You could see he was cutting hard into the base.
Yeah, I think he should be really happy with that spot there. Lost a bit of the line in his turn, but loaded really well behind the boat into the base of the ramp.
Just waiting for that score, but look how much height and extension he got off that ramp.
Our first 40-metre jumper of the day, 40.4 for Callum on his opener.
Callum O'Connor, 40.4. He's gone further than the prediction, and that's a PB for him in the jump final. He couldn't be happier with that. Let's build on it. Let's extend further. He's over 4 metres above the current leader, Oscar McNamara. But let's see what he can do. That puts him up in the overall as well. So Bryce Smith, watch out. He's got Callum hot on his heels. Here we go. Callum O'Connor, jump number 2. Billy, take us through it.
He cuts out for that big three-quarter cut. He looks like he's brought it down a little bit further. Controls the line in his turn. Beautiful kick off the top. Maybe just a little bit less on that one.
Yeah, Billy looked like he lost a little bit in his turn. He just didn't get the angle that he needed, but I reckon that's a similar hole there.
Come on, Queensland, get to the banks. Will you scare on? Let's get him well over that 40 mark.
Yeah, come on, guys. The rain's disappeared. Don't be scared. Get down there. Support Callum O'Connor. We've got a couple more Queensland jumpers out there.
38.1 for Callum on that second jump.
Yeah, he's dropped a little bit, and you could see it in the turn, but he's going to go further. I can feel it. Let's see what he can do.
Come on, Queensland, make some noise.
Get him excited. Get him pumped up. You really got to be pumped up if you're going to hit this jump ramp, so...
Here comes Callum behind that Malibu TXI.
Callum O'Connor. Get behind him, Queensland. Get pumped up. Let's see what he can do. He's later here. He's cutting hard. Oh, that's a beautiful jump there. Put your hands together. Beautiful jump set for Callum O'Connor. He's ridden it away. And I reckon another 40-metre jump there from Callum O'Connor.
And another 40-metre jump for Callum, 40 flush.
And he's got to be happy with that. Come on, Callum, come into the bank here. Callum. Nah, he's not coming in. But he'll be happy with that jump set. 2 40-metre jumps, and he's never gone over 40 before, so that's awesome work there from Callum.
Boys
Mum
on
and
the
Dad
dock.
will be very proud of him.
Boys on the dock better bring their A game with Callum with that.
All right, next on the water, we got Jagger King. He jumped a PB in the first round. So let's see what he can do. Bit of a disappointing performance in slalom and trick, but we know he's going to will himself over a little bit further today.
Jag out a first round jump of 39.6, so he's definitely going to need to improve on that if he wants to take the lead.
Yeah, and I reckon he can, Billy. He was looking on form on Friday Arvo. So let's see what he can do here. 51k an hour is the boat speed.
And that is the max speed for these boys.
Jagger King washing all that soap out of those bindings, but he'll be coming in for a 3/4 approach behind that Malibu TXI.
Picks that ski up to carry his speed.
Here we
Controls
go.
that line.
He's laid into the base. That's a beautiful opening jump from Jagger King. Little bit less than Callum O'Connor. We can see that there, but he'll be happy with that as an opening jump. Nice and safe from him.
Word in that Jagger King is the best thing to come out of Forbes.
Yeah, and he definitely is. I can agree with that statement. That whole King family is just amazing. We'll see. We saw Jude yesterday in the slalom event, so running 1 at 14. And focuses on Jagger at the moment. Getting a bit of spotting from Ryan Green. He's put his thumbs up. He's good to go. Jump number 2. All right, we've just had word. Happy hour at the bar. All drinks are $5. Get in there quick. Pre-presentation pump up. But here we go. Jagger King on the water. Jump number 2. He looks a little earlier on this one, but... Oh, beautiful jump there from Jagger King. We didn't get the distance on the first one, but... That's a good jump there again from Jagger King. I think he'll be wanting to push it a little further, but... He'll be happy with that distance, I assume. Watching that replay, he was earlier than the jump prior to this one. We've got the score in. It's 36.5 from Jagger King, so not a bad jump there. That puts him just under Oscar McNamara. But Callum O'Connor is still out in the lead by over 4 metres. Yeah. Come on, Jagger, push it a little further. You can do it. It is further than his first jump, so... If it's anything like what he's doing at the moment, he will push it further as the jumps go on. All right, Jagger King. Shane Coulter's behind the wheel of the Malibu TXI. He's lifting that ski up nice and high, getting as wide as he can. And here we go. Get behind him, New South Wales. They're all on the bank watching, supporting. Jagger King, he's cutting hard. That's another beautiful jump. Bit further. I reckon that's further. Jagger King, put your hands together, New South Wales. Jagger King, jump number 3 was 38 metres flat. Good on him. Put your hands together. Get around him, New South Wales. As the tinny goes out, we'll be ramping up that jump height for the next couple of skiers. For Bryce Smith. Next on the water, we've got Bryce Smith. Bryce Smith is jumping extremely well. We've got Callum coming past the commentary tent at the moment. He just jumped a PB. He's looking pretty pleased with himself. But Bryce Smith, he'll be wanting to put the pressure on the next 2 competitors coming. Nate Pigden and Fletcher Green. Fletcher jumping huge in the first round. But Bryce Smith, I reckon he'll be looking for a big jump today. Had a bit of a disappointing slalom yesterday, but he'll be focusing and putting all of his energy into the jump event. And we'll see what he can do today. Sporting that bright red jump helmet. You can see him on that dot cam right now. All right, Bryce Smith from Queensland. He's our first competitor to do double cuts today. But get excited, Queensland. Get behind him. Let's see what he can do. He's laid off that 600 ball. Here we go. Bryce Smith out in front of the boat already. He's laid on his first jump. Can he get on from here? He can. Oh, a little bit of a crush on that first jump, but I reckon it's a little bit less than Callum O'Connor's 40.4.
That jump for Bryce Smith, 40.7. That puts him in the lead.
All right, here we go. Bryce Smith, jump number 2. What can he do? Billy Smith watching nervously on the bank. He's given up in commentary. But Bryce Smith, all focus, all eyes to the water. Look how far out in front of that Malibu TXI he is as he makes the turn. In he goes. He's passed it up. Only a 40.1 on the first, but he's left it all down to the last jump here. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bryce did jump 40.7, so he is our new leader, just in front of Callum O'Connor with a 40.4, but he'll be wanting more to put pressure on those boys after him, Bryce Smith. He's still got Nate Pigden and Fletcher Green. And you got to remember this affects the overall race as well. Bryce Smith has Callum O'Connor hot on his heels in the overall race, so come on, Queensland. Give him a cheer as he comes past. Let's get him going. Let's get him up over that 40-metre mark a little bit further. Just taking notes from Scotty Reeves. Of course, we'll see him out in the jump final for open men later on. All right, Bryce Smith, jump number 3. Let's see what he can do. He's got the whole Queensland team behind him as he comes into course. Here we go. Out wide. He's going to come to the other side of the Malibu TXI to get that whipping effect. Come on, clap him in. Queensland, get behind him. Jump number 3, Bryce Smith. Again, crushing up there, but that's further for Bryce Smith. Put your hands together. I reckon that'll be up around the 42-metre mark, putting a bit of pressure on Nate Pigden and Fletcher Green on the dock. Not sure if Bryce Smith will be happy with that set. I think he could go a little bit further, but And Bryce Smith, 43.1 on the final jump. So that's a decent score there for Bryce Smith. All right, Queensland, get amongst him. Bryce Smith. That was a beautiful third jump. 43.1. That's the score for Nate Pigton to chase as he heads out on the water now. We've got Hayden Bickerton saying that there might be a jump off. Good job, Brycey. All right, Nate Pigton, he did say earlier he's going to do anything to beat Bryce Smith, so let's see what he can do out there on the water today. Got Murray Pigton pacing nervously on the bank. But Nate Pigton, he's coming into course now. Similar to Bryce, he will be doing the double cut. Trying to get as wide as he can on that Malibu TXI. I think his PB's around the 44 mark, so he's got to get up close to it today to beat Bryce Smith. But here we go. Nate Pigton, one of the smaller competitors in the under-17 boys category, but he packs some punch. Here we go. Come on, New South Wales, get behind him. Oh, that's a beautiful opening jump from Nate Pigton. Could he have done it on the first? We'll have to wait and see what the distance is. Just waiting for the distance as we watch this replay here on the live feed. He was nice and early on that jump ramp, but I reckon he can push it a little bit later.
We got a distance of 41.6 for Nate.
41.6 for Nate Pigton. He's still got a bit of work to do to beat Bryce Smith. Taking notes from Muzz on the shore. Looks like he's getting keen. All right, New South Wales, we want to see him get a little bit further. Bryce Smith is in the hot seat at the moment. All right, let's see what he can do. This is the under-17 boys jump final. The first round does not count, so it's all up to Nate Pigton right now. Jump number 2, he's left this one a little bit later. You can hear the jump switch roar as he comes into course. Oh, he's late here, Nate Pigton. Get behind him. Beautiful kick. Oh, he's flown. That's a huge jump for Nate Pigton. Put your hands together. I think that'll be further than Bryce Smith's 43.1. Nate Pigton is your new leader. 45.3. That's a huge jump there from Nate Pigton. I still think he can go further. Bryce Smith, that does push you into second place. But it's not ruled out. Bryce Smith will be on the podium. And Nate Pigden, he's going to want to stretch this score out to try and get as much as he can out of this set to beat Fletcher Green, who's still on the dock. Lonely position, standing there last on the dock, but he knows what he's got to do to go out and beat Nate Pigden now. All right, you can hear that Malibu TXI as it comes around the island. Nate Pigden's coming into course, third and final jump. Let's see if he can push it a little bit further. Come on, New South Wales, get behind him. He's already got a 45-metre jump on the board. Here we go, Nate Pigden. He's left this one late as well. Come on. And another beautiful jump. I reckon it's a little less than the 45.3 we just saw. Sat back a bit off the jump ramp. But we'll see what he can produce of that score. So you got to remember, Queensland still has two skiers on the podium at the moment. Still waiting to see what Fletcher Green can do. Callum O'Connor is in third spot with that 40.4 metre jump. Come on, New South Wales, get behind him. Nate Pigden with a huge jump on the second of 45.3. And a final jump of 44.3, so that's his nationals over. That puts his overall hopes up as well. Light rain falling here as Fletcher Green is going to be picked up by the boat. He is the final skier in this final. Fletcher Green, he's been in this position many times. Of course, he was top seed for Trick and he still won the event. It was top seed for slalom. Sorry, Dylan Wright was, but he was up there in the slalom event and came second yesterday. But here we go, Fletcher Green. Where's all the WA fans? This is a nail-biting final. This is what we all wanted to see. And these boys are giving it to us here on this Monday morning. Beautiful conditions out here at Stoney Park. Got to thank the Stone family for having us. But Fletcher Green, all eyes to the water. Here we go. Getting as wide as he can on that Malibu TXI. He's looking good as he comes into the ramp. And just getting beautiful kick. He's flown on that first jump. Put your hands together, WA, Fletcher Green. I reckon that's bigger than Bryce Smith's 43.2 metre jump, but I'm not sure if it'll take Nate Pigden's jump. We'll see what we can do here. As you just watch that replay, you get such good kick off the ramp. That's what really pushes his distance as far as it can go. Just waiting for the distance to come through. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty nervous up here. 44.1. How good, Fletcher Green. It puts him in second place, but not enough to beat Nate Pigden. He's still got 2 attempts at that jump ramp to go. All right, here we go, Australia. Whoever's watching at home, get behind it. Fletcher Green, jump number 2. He's still chasing Nate Pigden's score at 45.3. Here we go, Fletcher Green coming into the ramp. Awesome kick yet again. That's a big jump. That's a big jump, everyone. I reckon he's flown. I reckon that's Fletcher's winning jump there. I don't want to speak too soon, but 45.3 is the score to beat, and it looks around the same hole. You can see on the replay how good that kick was yet again. 43.8, it's smaller than we thought. He's left it to the final jump, everyone. How crazy is this? This is under 17 boys final. Who's your money on, Hayden Bickerton? Who do we think's going to get it?
I'm not sure. It's definitely Nate's put a good one out for him, so I'm just going to have to pull out his best here.
Yeah, look, I reckon Fletcher Green, he's got his work cut out for him, but he's done it before. Of course, he had a first round score of 44.2, so he's got to pull out a big one here, and of course that was a PB. So Fletcher Green, he has to PB to win it. Come on, Fletcher, get behind him, everyone. Will him over. Let's see how far he can go. He's around the same spot as he turns in. Huge kick. Oh, he's out. Oh. And just... All right, everyone. Nate Pigden is your 2025 Under-17 Boys National Jump Champion. Callan Ashcroft says gangsters of flight. And Nate Pigden, put your hands together. Fletcher Green will take second place. And Bryce Smith will take third as that rounds out your Under-17 Boys Jump podium. Just watching that replay there, he just got over the tips a little bit too much. He was trying to push every meter out of the jump. But as he comes back to the bank, we'll clap him in, and he's had an awesome Nationals, Fletcher Green, so good on him. We're just going to head to a little bit of a break and then go to the Open Women's Jump Final with Sadie Ferguson in top seed. She's going for the trifecta, the gold Oscar of water skiing.
I haven't even told him yet.
All right, everyone, and if you're feeling a little thirsty, we've got $5 drinks at the bar. So head over there and grab your beverages pre-presentation night. Let's give Fletcher Green a hand as he goes past the bank. He's had an awesome Nationals.
Now on the water we have Lane Moroney. Lane Moroney coming in for her first jump. Pulling out, trying to get as high on that Malibu as possible. It's a good jump for Lane Moroney. Lane's first jump is 31.3.
Hello. Oh, yeah. We're on. What we got?
Coming for a last one. Did you finish? Yep. Next on the water, we have Jada Sweeney from Victoria.
All right. We're up to our second jumper of this open women's field. Got Jada Sweeney coming in to tackle the jump ramp. Lane jumped something that we did not catch. Sure, it was impressive.
Lane jumped 34.1.
It was 34.1, I've been informed by my
Oh, wait,
apprentice.
No, never mind.
Never mind. He is getting the sack. Drinks are $5, everyone. Oh my God, they are $5.
A little bit of a pre-presentation party.
All right. Got Jada coming into the course. Shane looking concentrated or stressed as usual.
Jada pulling out for her first jump. Getting as high on that Malibu as possible. Just left it a bit late here. Nice kick off the top. That looks like a good jump from Jada.
Give me a guess, Rory. What are you saying?
Oh, I reckon 35, 36.
I'll take your word for it. I've got no clue. So.
Tell me what it says.
Where?
It'll stay on the boat. Go through there first. Oh, wait.
Wow, Rory, quite impressive. You've nailed it. It is 34.2 metres.
Wow.
All right, Jada down the end, composing herself, thinking what she's got to do to push this next one out that little bit further, put a bit of pressure onto Sadie. I don't know. All right, Jada coming back in for a second jump. Looking strong, pulling out nice and wide. Nice and composed.
This one looks a bit later here. Cuts onto the ramp. Nice kick off the top. I think that's further.
I reckon it is a little bit further. 34.5. Snuck it out a little bit further. She'll be wanting more. What do you have to say about that one, Joshy?
Oh, me? Pretty good.
Wise words.
Kept nice direction in the air. Nice kick off the top. I reckon she can push it a little bit later. But that's a nice jump there.
Rory, what's the bottom of your ski look like at the moment?
Not good. Not good.
No good? That's all right. We'll get someone on to fix that. Anyway, Jada coming back in last jump. Let's see if she can get up above that 35-metre barrier.
It's a bit later here. I don't know, it looks around the same area.
Pretty similar. It's a little close to call, I think. $34.9, so sneaking a little bit further out there. I'm sure she'll be happy enough with that set. Nice safe jumping. We're going to go out on a limb and say she's either in first or second place. We've not been up to date on that.
Next on the water, we have Sadie Ferguson from Queensland. Putting up the jump ramp to 5.5. Big shout out to our Chief Tinny driver, Mark Jordan, who has been just ripping around, occasionally dropping boys. Just has run seamlessly this weekend. Big thumbs up from him as well. He's pumped. He's loving it. He's already said he'd do it next year. All right. Next jumper on the water, Sadie Ferguson, looks to be spinning around the island, so that will mean a double cut. Okay. My apprentice has misinformed me. It is a 3/4 cut for the first jump. Getting warmed up into it. Sadie Ferguson pulling out for her first jump. Getting his high on that Malibu TXI. Cutting into the ramp. Big kick off the top.
Well, you'd have to say she's taking it on the first jump there, wouldn't you? We'll see what the score says.
There you go, Australia. That is your new jump champion, Sadie Ferguson. Give her a round of applause. What?
What do you want me to say?
So I've just been informed Sadie has won the Golden Loki for the first time in 23 years. 25 years.
All right, this is exciting news. The canteen, there's a limited amount of stuff left. So if you go in and see Viv, she's going to start a bidding war between everyone. If you want the ice creams, the highest buyer is going to get it. Nah, she'll cut everyone a deal. Throw her an offer. She's too nice to say no, so...
Sadie Ferguson coming in for a second jump.
Getting as high on that boat as possible. Cuts in really late here. Gets a nice kick off the top. Ooh, just lost her direction in the air a little bit.
Sadie's second jump was 42 flat. So not quite as far as her first one. I think she'll be trying to push this last one out a little bit, make a bit of a statement here in open women's jump for the final one of our 2025 Nationals.
So Sadie Ferguson skis at Waterski Resort and coaches there as well.
Very informative, Rory. Thank you.
Sadie Ferguson coming in for a third jump.
All eyes on the water. We've got the last jump of open women's coming up. She's going to try her very hardest to push this one as far as she can.
Cutting in. This is really late jump here. Oh, just past it.
Well, there you have it. Sadie Ferguson is our open women's jump champion for the 2025 National Championships.
Come on, Queensland. Come down, get amongst it.
Open men's.
Should I go get
Oh yeah, he does have to
Oh,
jump.
she's going to get on the back. Come on. Come on.
You're in your 14.
Hey, they're disabled toilets, mate.
Everyone come down to the bank.
All right, everyone down to the water's edge as Sadie Ferguson comes past. Make sure you're nice and loud for her so she can hear you. She's worked very hard for this moment.
Come on, everyone. Give her a round of applause.
Good man.
Yes, sir.
That is one happy person. Oh, get going. Come on, get going. We need charger.
coming onto course for jump number 1 in what will be the decider of an Australian Championship here this afternoon at Stoney Park. Lucas Cornell, his opening jump. Oh, he's going to carve up some glassy water here. Cuts through into the base of the ramp and not a bad opener, but I think he left a little bit on the ramp. Just didn't quite get the lift he would like, but good way to just look and see what's going on. Taj, well, look, I've got Taj Reeves here with me, and you've been out on the site this week. I bet that jump and the water feels pretty good out there, Taj, and I think over this next hour or whatever time it's going to take for this men's open jump final, we're going to see some big distances, I would think.
Yeah, we should be. It's pretty nice out there. Nice glass conditions. Good first jump there from Lucas. Sure, we'll be looking for some more, keeping that direction off the edge of the ramp. But
yeah, actually, I was having a bit. I didn't hear a distance, or I didn't even read it on the boat either. So I was a little bit slack there to crew here, technical crew saying we don't have a distance yet. So that's obviously the reason why. 43.3, so no doubt he'll be searching for a little bit longer, because 48 was his jump in the first round. Well, really charged, like looking at, I didn't think he left 5 on the jump, but 5 metres, he's definitely going to be searching for something over 50, so he's got a bit of work to do out there, Lucas, I would think, today.
yeah, he just missed his kick on that first one. Let's see. Queensland get behind him. Let's see if Lucas can improve. Here we go. He's cutting out nice and wide, going for that 3/4 cut. Looking good here. Nice turn. Drives into the base. Just misses a little bit off the top there, but that's definitely further, and he kept his kick then.
Yeah, drove into the base. He certainly did, because it's a pretty good angle we've got here, looking at the skiers as they turn, and you can see on the second side, pushing nice and hard on that right ski into the bottom corner there, and if any of the guys go pretty late, we'll really get a good view of just how late they are. So the boat speed's 54, I think Lucas has called. 43.3 on his opener, 48 in the first round. Definitely he'll be looking for some bigger distance, and of course when we get to our top seed, Archie Davis, 57.5 in the first round. He'll probably be chasing 60 today, being the finals. So just getting a distance through. 45.4 his second. So Lucas once again will be looking to go, well, I was going to say a little bit further, but I would think he'd be looking to go a fair bit further on jump number 3.
Yeah, definitely he'll be looking for a bit more distance out there. He just lost his legs a little bit on the ramp there, so let's see if we can get him down the lake, bringing him into the course a bit more, get him a little bit later, and hopefully he can get his kick. We got Johnny Weeks driving that Malibu TXI. Coming into course here for Lucas's third jump. Looks like he's going to go for that 3/4 cut again.
Yeah, well, he seems like he still gets fairly wide, but maybe if he had the extra of the double, he'd go a little bit wider. But this looks like a pretty good start here for Lucas. Pushes now into the bottom of the ramp, and that could end up being his longest, looking at the approach to the ramp and the extension that he got off the top. Could be his longest, but we'll get a distance coming through. Hopefully he'll go further than the 48 that we saw him go in the first round.
Yeah, that looked like a nice jump there from Lucas. Let's see if he can get a little bit more distance on the board. But Queensland get down there and support Lucas Cornell. Of course, that jumping trick open champion. Everyone put your hands together for Lucas Cornell.
Okay. Third jump, he probably won't be 100% happy with this. 45.6 metres for Lucas Cornell's third and final.
Come on, Queensland, come down, give him some love.
Yeah, well, where are they? Because Queensland's been lovey-dovey all week, and then, just kind of brushing him a bit there. Oh, no, there's the crowd starting to gather. Lockie Butland from New South Wales will be our next competitor. He went 48-2 in the first round, so he'd be looking to wind it up. All these guys will be wanting to get over 50, but gosh, Archie Davis put out a pretty good mark at 57.5 in the elimination round, so he's got to be the favourite. But anything can happen, and usually does in the sport of tournament water skiing.
Yeah, definitely. New South Wales, get down there and support Lockie Butland. I believe he's maybe doubling. I think in the first round he was doubling to get that extra distance. But let's see if we can get him over 50.
Confirm Lockie 54 fast split.
Well, as long as the rain stays away, I don't think you could order better conditions than what we have here for jump. I mean, sure, a tiny headwind if you're going to get really critical about it, but beautiful conditions here at Stoney Park. A world-level driver, an awesome tournament towboat, the Malibu, and Lockie Butland comes onto course for his first jump. Eyes off the ramp, pushes now. He's going to push hard right into the bottom right-hand corner, and a good lift. That's a nice opening leap there for Lockie Butland from New South Wales. What do you think, Taj? I reckon it's looked pretty good.
Just can't hold on to the handle there.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
well, he looked so good through the air. I just glanced away and looked at something, and I looked back, and next thing you know, I'm looking at you, and next thing you know, he's gone.
Yeah, it looks like he just popped the handle there. I don't know what happened down there, but that was a solid opening jump there from Lockie. He'd be looking to build from that, but he lost his ride a little bit off the top of the ramp there, but still a good opening jump.
Yeah, well, I don't know if other people on the bank didn't see what happened to him either, because, I just thought he was home and hosed, and end up being hosed instead of home, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like something might be wrong. He's taking his skis off. Not sure why. But
And then and we're watching a little bit of a closer angle on the webcast on our screen here. He physically looks okay. He's moving okay, and he's just putting his skis on, whether one ski got caught in the water and popped off his foot or something. I don't know. It's a bit unusual, but he's getting ready to go for his second. And that's unfortunate, because I think that would have been a fairly decent opening jump and a good little platform to build on. But unfortunately, that will be a score of 0. And hopefully Lockie puts another couple of good jumps together. All right, screws are back on. He can put that little mishap behind him and look to get a score on the board. So at the moment, we're up to competitor number 2. We start off with Lucas Cornell from Queensland with a longest jump of 45.6. But to take out the event, I think you'd have to be pushing up around probably 60 metres. And I think that we'll be seeing a couple of the guys are heading in that direction as we move through to the higher seeds pretty shortly.
Yeah, definitely we should see some big jumps out here this afternoon. Definitely the conditions for it. So let's see if Lockie can get one under his belt. Here he comes into course. A little bit early there on a 6, but he's nice pull out for his double cut. Still around the same hole. Nice cut and really good kick off the top of the ramp. Let's see if he can ride this one away. Yeah, good job, Lockie.
Yeah, no problem riding that one away. And looks like it's probably in similar spot to his first jump. So hopefully we'll get a distance through very quickly. Yeah, just having a little peek at the screen there, and not quite as far as I thought it might have been. 43.6. A little bit surprised it wasn't a little bit further than that. Of course, he went 48.2 in the first round, so I thought he'd be pushing it up around at least. Thought it looked at least 46 or 47, but hopefully he's going to improve now in his third and get a distance pushed up around 50 metres, we would hope, as we're working through our seas. We have a field of 8 in this men's jump final.
Yeah, I thought that looked a bit bigger there from Lockie, but we'll see if he can build off that one and maybe go up around that 48 metre mark like he did in the first round.
Okay, here he comes. Third and final. New South Wales, your man Lockie Butland pushes out to the side now. He would dearly love to get up over that 50 metre mark as he turns. Maybe he's a fraction later, pushes hard into the bottom, and pretty good lift. Oh, it's got to be an extra couple of metres on his 43.6, I would think. Well, I'm guesstimating that's his longest of the day. We'll get a distance through. Hopefully I haven't made a fool of myself there, but hopefully that will be his longest. And hopefully it's a distance that he's happy with.
Yeah, Lockie then definitely got his pull and extension off the top of the ramp. One of his key elements of jump is he gets really good lift.
Well, that's more like what we like to hear. 48.3 metres for Lockie Butland. So we have skiers from Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and of course our final competitor in top seed, Archie Davis, is representing the ACT. Any non-water skiers in the audience? We have state teams, state representatives, and being the national titles, people from all around Australia representing their various states. And our next competitor, Jacob Saddington, is from Victoria. So Jacob Saddington, his longest jump in the first round was 48.5, but he has a PB of over 50 metres, so looking for him to push it up over the 50 metre mark if he can. If you're watching from the other side, if you can hear us, I hope you're enjoying the men's jump event. And the guys are jumping up around that 50-metre mark. It's the length of an Olympic swimming pool. As Jacob Saddington, the Malibu, coming into sight. Jacob pushes now hard on the left ski to get as wide as he can. Glides out to level with driver John Weeks, and now he turns, pushes in. The acceleration comes on a Malibu, and forward and up, pressures over those big jump skis, and a good opening jump. Well, I don't think it's going to be 50, but it's pushing up probably mid to high 40s at least, we hope. But Jacob Saddington.
Yeah, that definitely looked like a nice jump there as we watch on this replay. It's a nice turn there, building into the ramp. Nice spot there and good drive and direction off the top. 48.7 there for Jacob's first jump. He'd be looking to build off that. I think that's point 0.2 off what he went in the first round. So let's see if he can get over 50 metres.
Yeah, pretty good way to open, though, if you think of, what was it, 48.5 in the first round? Was it 48, what did we do there? 48.7, so he's already gone further than he did in the elimination round. Well, we didn't eliminate anybody, but the seeding round, the first round, the warm-up round, and now the guys want to really push it out there, and of course our top seeds are vying for an Australian championship here. But all of our skiers would be wanting to improve on what they did in the first round. So Jacob Saddington, 48.70, started in a pretty good way. And I thought for an opening jump, it was a pretty good approach. He could probably go a little harder and get to go a bit further. So he's good way to start because he's still got 2 to go, remember. That was his first jump, and 48.7 on the board. Has a look. I think this is a fraction later. Pushes into the bottom corner and maybe just spread a fraction. So he might have lost a little bit on the ramp, but another solid jump there for Jacob Saddington.
Yeah, that looked around the same hole as the jump before. Looked like a nice jump. Kept his good direction and got some pull off the top. That's what we like to see.
Jacob Saddington, second jump, 48.5.
48.5 there for Jacob's second jump. I'm sure he'll be looking to get over that 49, 50 metre mark. So, Victoria, get behind Jacob and get him over that 15 metre mark.
Yeah, well, I think he can go further because I thought he had a little bit more speed on that second jump, and I thought he just lost a fraction on the ramp. So, therefore, if he can, on his third jump, get the same sort of speed and perfect lift, I think that could push him over the 50 metre mark. We hope so. So 48.7 is his longest. So here comes Jacob. One more jump to come. His first was his longest, so he's had a bit of a look at a couple of jumps. See if he can go further this time on his third. Looks like a pretty good place to start. Pushes in now. Acceleration comes on and pretty good lift, but I don't know if he's picked up any extra distance. Maybe once again in that sort of 48 and a bit mark might be the spot for Jacob Saddington. We were wishing him over 50, but he have to get the distance through. I don't think he's quite got to 50.
Yeah, just missed a bit there off the ramp. Gave a little bit back to the boat. But we'll see the distance coming in real shortly.
Okay, 44.9. So his opening jump was his longest. It was 48.7 metres. Okay, sticking with Victoria and sticking with actually the same family. The next competitor will be Corey Saddington from Victoria. And two Saddington boys in the first round. They were 0.7 of a metre apart. So plenty of competition in the Saddington household. But Corey Saddington will be our next competitor. Men's open jump final. He's competitor number 4, so that'll take us to halfway through the event. And, of course, a seeded order. Our final 2 competitors will be the world, let's call him single ski freestyle jump champion Callan Ashcroft and Archie Davis from the ACT. All right. Here he comes. Competitor number 4, Corey Saddington, coming on course now. Pulls out to the side. You hear the roar of the Malibu, keeping that boat speed at 57 Ks. He turns. This is pretty late. He's going to have miles of speed into the base of the ramp and gets good lift. That's a good opening jump, I would think, there for Corey Saddington. Looks like he timed his cut to perfection and got some, well, good lift and really looking the goods there on that opening jump. Wow, 52.8 metres. Well, the first round, his longest was 49.2. 52.8 metres, Corey Saddington. Well, I won't say he's ready to rock and roll because he's already rocked and rolled, and let's see what he can do on the next couple. So our first jump of the day over 50 metres. Our next competitor in the first round jumped 51, and that, of course, is Joel O'Toole. So we're looking at some pretty tight competition, looks like, here this afternoon. After Corey Saddington, we have Joel O'Toole, Scott Reeves, Callan Ashcroft, and Archie Davis. But Corey Saddington, well, he opened with 52.8. Can he go longer? He would love to go further, and he's really in the mood, we would hope, here this afternoon in men's open jump final. As he looks, he turns now, he pushes into the base of the ramp. Can he get the lift? Oh, he does get some good lift and flies through the air. Another good jump. Well, Corey Saddington's having a good set here this afternoon in this men's open jump final. He's got a 52.8. Let's see if he's taken it a bit further or landed maybe in around about the same spot. Well, what do you think, Taj? I'm thinking around about the same spot.
Yeah, it looked good there from Corey. Got all his legs.
Hopefully he inches it up a little bit. All right, just wait for confirmation. We think we have a distance. Some of you people might have seen it on the front of the boat, but I'm just going to wait till we hear it come over the radio. I think it's just a fraction shorter than the first, but waiting for confirmation. So he has a 52.8 on the board. We know that. All right, third and final for Corey Saddington. Pushes now out. Gets wide on the boat. Turns now. Pushes in, accelerates, loads the rope and gets some good lift off the top of that Stoney Park jump ramp. Good looking jump number 3. Let's just have a listen for the distance.
Very consistent there from Corey. Looks good out there.
Yep. We think he might have gone 52 on the second. So 52.8 is longest, is his first, and just waiting on a distance now if we pick it up on the boat or we confirm it on the radio. All right, well, on the boat it's saying 51.3. So going with that, his longest will be his first jump, 52.8. Going to move to Newcastle, New South Wales now. Competitor number 5 will be Joel O'Toole. Solid 3 event skiers, Joel O'Toole, tricked and slalomed in the men's open event. So open in every event. So another one of our overall contenders in the men's open competition.
Next is Joel, 57, fast, split. Confirm Joel, 57, fast, split.
All right, now Joel O'Toole whipping around the island at the northern end of Stoney Park Lake 1. About to hear the Malibu roar as Joel O'Toole going to push hard on it, left ski and move his way out. Hopefully to be level with driver John Weeks or even a little bit past if he can. Eyes off the ramp now, wants to turn at the perfect spot. And Joel O'Toole now pushes in hard into the bottom of the ramp. Well, he jumped 51 in the first round. That's not a bad way to open his account in the finals, and I think he's probably gone around about that 51 mark. We'll just wait till we get distance comes to hand.
Yeah, it looked around the same mark as Corey.
Okay, so the distance is 49.6. Hearing unofficially, actually, that 51 in the first round was a PB. I would have thought his PB would have been a bit longer than that, but if it was, good luck to him. So 49.6. He'll be wanting to push it out a little further than that, will Joel O'Toole. Well, with a 49.6 on the board, here comes Joel O'Toole for his second jump. He really wants to get up around 51 or 52 without a doubt, I would think, to at least match his first round score. Pulls out wide, looks solid as he turns. Joel O'Toole low and good lift off the ramp. That's a good looking leap there for Joel O'Toole from New South Wales.
Yeah, big jump there from Joel. I reckon he'll be over that 51 metre that he got in the first round. But
I'm prepared to agree with you. I'm prepared to say, hopefully, it's his longest of the tournament so far. We hope for Joel O'Toole. Wow. Well done, Joel O'Toole. 53.1 metres on jump number 2. So he jumped 51 in the first round. We're hearing it was a PB. Then 53.1, he's just gone. So he's on fire now at this Nationals is Joel O'Toole. See if he can go even further on his third. But he looks so controlled and so strong there. There's a big chance he can go a little bit further than 53.1. Of course, he has to, looking at the other scores from the first round for the skiers that are still to follow. Next competitor will be from Queensland, Scott Reeves. But until we get to Scotty Reeves, we need to focus on Joel O'Toole. All right, Joel, what's he got in store for us on his third? Pushes out. Eyes glued to the ramp, turns in what he hopes is a perfect spot. Pushes now into the base. And good lift off the top. Another leap. Well, good leap. What a great set for Joel O'Toole here in the men's open final here this afternoon. Once again, that's got to be up around that 53-metre mark, maybe even a little bit further. Has he got a new PB? All right, jump number 3. 53 flat. 53 metres. Great set there for Joel O'Toole, but his second will remain his longest. And his second was 53.1. All right, now we have Scott Reeves, a guy who probably doesn't mind if we say he's over 35 years of age because he competed in the over 35 World Championships last year, got a silver medal in Spain. Pushed it up into the high 50s on that occasion. So his first round longest was 53. So let's see what Scott Reeves has in store for us here in this men's open final here this afternoon. We're down to our top 3. He'll be followed by Callan Ashcroft. The world one ski flip around 180 distance show ski jump champion is Callan Ashcroft. He'll be followed by Archie Davis. When we get to Archie, we're going to wind the jump ramp up from 1.65 to 1.8 metres just to boot him just a little higher and further. But in the meantime, we're focusing on Scott Reeves from Queensland. All right, the Malibu accelerates up to top speed of 57 for Scott Reeves. Pushes out to the side. Strong man is Scott Reeves. Pushes out now. Effortlessly glides to pass the boat driver. A wide start. He's going to have miles of speed when he gets to the base of the ramp. A strong guy and just slipped out the back a little. That cost him some distance and it had me a little bit concerned at one stage. But Scott Reeves not really leaving too much on the water there as he was coming into the ramp.
Yeah, he looked a little bit late there, panicked out of his turn.
Maybe he was just a foot or two too late in his turn and he just got pulled a little bit too strong into the bottom of the ramp and couldn't quite handle that the speed, but based on speed alone, he's gone 50.3 by the looks of it, I think. That's what I read. I don't know if we... did you pick up or want to confirm a distance? Yeah, 50.3 metres with absolutely no lift off the ramp, I'm going to say. It was done on speed and strength. Well, Taj just whispered in my ear he wants to go 56. Well, we want him to go 58. So, Scotty Reeves, let's see what he can do here. He had miles of speed. He was putting it all out there on that first jump. Great wide approach. Look at him swing now into the bottom of the ramp. Well, late once again, and that strength as he comes off the top of the ramp. Maybe the skis just spread a fraction. Does he ride it out? Yes, he does. Oh, on speed alone, and looking at what he did on his first, that's got to be a little bit longer, that second. He's got a 50.3 on the board. He went 53 in the first round. I'd be thinking it's got to be at least 53. Remember what it is. All right, 53.6 on his second. Well, he certainly has plenty of speed. So come on, Scotty, let's put it together on the ramp this time, big fella. Bit of, 53.6 it was. Yeah.
What happens when the rope gets tight and then just like
All right, 53.6. Well, he's actually our leader, but still he's going to want to go a lot further, is Scott Reeves. Whether he needs to back it off a foot, I don't know. He certainly has heaps of power. He's just got to get a little bit more out of the ramp. Scott Reeves now. And the skis just spread again. Lost a little bit on the ramp that time, and maybe, well, he's leading, so actually he's guaranteed. I'm just double checking here that I don't say the wrong thing. Well, he's guaranteed a medal, is Scott Reeves, with a 53.6. We're waiting for the distance to come through. Just waiting for Splash Eye to send through the, 46.2. So his best jump of the day was jump number 2 with, as we welcome him back to the bank, Scott Reeves from Queensland. New leader with a jump of 53.6 metres. As we make our way back to New South Wales, and Callan Ashcroft from Wagga Wagga. Because Callan, as we've said over the course of the tournament, can turn his hand to anything because he can show ski. He was in the show ski world championships. He won the long distance discombobulator, backflip, back gainer, land doing a 180 on the single ski world championships at the show ski world championships. He can trick, he can slalom, he can barefoot, he can jump, and just how far he can jump, we're about to find out. And away we go. Once again, picture perfect conditions on Lake One here at Stoney Park. Nationals 2025. We're looking for a men's open jump champion in the next, well, probably 15 minutes, as Callan Ashcroft with 53.8 in the first round. See what he can produce in jump number 1 in the finals. Pushes out over the front of those skis. And a pretty handy opening jump there for Callan Ashcroft. Okay, so We have an estimation from Taj Reeves here, our expert under 14 jumper, that it's a distance of possibly around 55. I'm going to just have a peek at the replay here as Callan just pushes into the corner of the ramp. 53.5. I was going to say, when just Taj moves his hand out of the way, I'll refresh my memory of Scott Reeves' distance of 53.6. Scott Reeves hanging on at the moment by 0.1 of a metre to the lead in this event. But of course, sitting on the dock, and then the ramp's going to go up to 6 feet in height, 1.8 metres. I don't know, what I was going to say is the cool, calm and collected Archie Davis, but he could be just having a little nibble on the fingernails. You never know, because it's only once a year that the men's open jump final comes around at the Australian Championships, and Callan Ashcroft, our second top seed, with a jump of 53.5, is in second place at the moment, but the lead is 53.6. So Scott Reeves in the lead by 10 centimetres at the moment, and Callan Ashcroft now looking to turn in ideal conditions, stretching that 75 feet of tow rope into the bottom of the ramp. Oh, that's a good-looking jump. Beautiful form. Well, that's just on form alone. It's got to be a little bit longer, I would think, than the 53.6. That was a delightful-looking jump there from Callan Ashcroft. Yes, well, that was very, very controlled and powered off the top of the ramp. We're just looking at the replay here, waiting for a distance to come through. But is it real? I think 55.9, I think it is, yes, as we can read it on the top of the boat there. 55.9. So now clearly stamping his mark on the event note will do. Callan Ashcroft will go or get no worse than a silver medal in this men's open jump final. So 55.9. Still pretty interesting, because Archie Davis in the first round went 57.5, remember. So Callan is 1.8 metres within the distance of Archie Davis in the the first round. So Callan Ashcroft making things pretty competitive here with a jump of 55.9, and I think he's got a little bit more in the tank. But let's see if he can produce it as he's looking and he's turning and he's pushing now and he's flying into the bottom of the ramp, and another good-looking jump there for Callan Ashcroft. Might only be in the same spot though. So 55.9 he has on the board. What are you thinking, Taj? Oh, a bit of show stuff there. He's doing a side slide on his jump skis.
Around the same hole. Looked pretty good there from Callan, if not a little bit more distance, but up around that 56 metre mark. Looked good. Everyone put your hands together for Callan Ashcroft.
Okay. All right, so did we get a distance, Taj, on his... Oh, okay, he's moved it up a little. 56.5 on his third. I didn't think it was going to be any further, but it was by 0.6 of a metre. Around about 2 feet further, so 56.5. Now we're going to move the ramp up to 6 feet. Could have made it real interesting if I'd have said, no, Archie, sorry, we're not going to let you jump off 1.8 today. You've got to mix it at the same ramp height just to make it all fair and square. But now the ramp length stays the same, but we're going to make the ramp height a little higher. And so the ramp's going to actually be steeper. The boat speed will be the same, so everything else is pretty much the level playing field. And Archie Davis, though, he wants to jump He's jumping on the 1.8 metre ramp height, 6 feet in the old lingo. Boat speed, I'm sure, will be the flat out allowed for men's, which is 57. The men's open. And Archie Davis, after jumping 57.5 in the first round, has to clear in excess of 56.5 to be the national jump champion for 2025. So at the moment, Callan Ashcroft with no worse than silver. Scott Reeves definitely in the placings. And we'll see if just what Archie Davis can do. Well, he's got 3 jumps to do it. All right, so 3 jumps to go, and then our Australian National Championships will conclude, except for tonight's presentation night. So will the live streaming, but we'll get to that in a minute as Archie Davis from the ACT, our final competitor of the National Championships, final competitor of the Men's Open Jump. And Archie now turns in, looks like a perfect spot. He's nice and late though, flies into the base of the ramp. And a good opening jump. Well, oh gosh, has he done it on jump number 1? 56.5 is the mark. Oh, what are you thinking, Taj? I'm thinking he might have done it by a little bit.
Yeah, I reckon he's done it by a metre or 2.
I'm not guaranteeing it though. He looked good though. Controlled aggression as he turned nice and late. Pushed hard on the right ski, and the webcast is just showing beautiful lift. Well, there it is, folks. At 58.4 metres, your Australian Men's Open Jump Champion for 2025, Archie Davis from the ACT. But a big congratulations goes to Callan Ashcroft for taking silver, and Scott Reeves from Queensland wrapping it up with the bronze medal in Men's Open Jump. So now the event's been decided. We'll just be, watching Archie have another couple of jumps just for our and his pleasure. But he'd be wanting to push it over 60, I'm sure. Okay, Archie Davis now, putting on a show. He's jumped 58.4. He's taken out the event. Turns now, once again late. The Malibu kicks into gear, and Archie Davis, once again, a very controlled leap and a beautiful landing there for our Men's Open National Champion for 2025, just showing us how it's done. Well, he's moved it up 20 centimetres, 58.6 on his second jump. And Archie Davis really putting on a show here this afternoon in his Men's Open Jump. Glorious conditions. Just a reminder, 58.6. Our winning mark so far, and guaranteed gold medal for Archie Davis. And we now have one more jump to conclude the competition. All right, well, I've just had a whisper from somebody who maybe does know or doesn't know, but a rough calculation. They've had the calculator out. They've had an old wooden ruler. They think he needs a bit over 59 to take an overall. So he'd be chasing a jump of 60 probably to try and get the double of overall and jump. Well, he's wide. He turned. Well, this is really late, so he's flying in. He's looking for a longer jump and an overall title, and I think he's just slid around a little on the ramp, and it's not going to be 60, I don't think. Well, we might have to wait till the presentation night to see who has won overall, but Archie Davis would really be knocking on the door. But as one of my advisors did tell me that it might have just been a fraction. He needed a fraction over 59, but it wasn't to be. But he still is the jump champion. Yeah, 58.4 the distance, so his longest jump was 58.6. Well, folks, that concludes the Australian National Championships for 2025. All right, folks, so that concludes the 2025 Australian Waterski Championships. And it also concludes our live stream. So on a big, double big, triple big thank you to Gus and the crew for the wonderful live streaming. The live streaming is coming to an end. The Australian Waterski Championships has come to an end. We'll see you all tonight at the presentation night at Ridges. And from the point of view of the event, it's good afternoon and goodbye from me. And I'm going to hand you over to Gary Smith.